Good morning, everyone. Witness can come in, Salon. I saw counsel in chambers this morning. We decided overnight that we're going to attempt to run the matter continuously in Saldanha. Current planning is, and this is subject to confirmation and change, that because of my own commitments and duties that I need to perform in Cape Town on Monday, it being the first day of term, for which I have specific duties, that we will not sit on Monday here and will return from Tuesday. That's the current plan. All the necessary arrangements will in all probability be confirmed during the course of the day. Ms. Smith, I've been informed that you are unwell. I believe they've arranged medication for you. Mr. Steveno, so that we don't have an interruption later. In the event that Ms. Smith's condition is such that she can't proceed, that she can't be here today, will the same arrangement as that we had on Thursday be in order? It will. Good. So we'll monitor the situation. In the event that Ms. Smith's medical condition is such that she has to leave, I will apply Section 159, subsection 2 of the Criminal Procedure Act. Sergeant, you are still under oath?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Harmse, you may proceed.
Thank you, my Lord. Sergeant Fontaine, you'll remember where we left off yesterday.
Sergeant, ek kan nou waar ons dit gister opgehou het.
Ja, eerlijk.
Yes, my lord.
Before we ended off yesterday, and I'll get back to it, you gave evidence, in your evidence in chief here yesterday, that saying that you arrived there at Seaborder on the 4th of March at about 5 o'clock or before.
U het getuiging gesê dat in getuies in hoof op die 4de Maart het jy daar geregeer by die Seaborder Kantoor, so omtrent voor 5 uur of voor 5 uur se kant.
Voor 5 eerlijk, correct?
That's correct, that was before 5, my lord.
And just for the record, that was in the afternoon.
Die middag.
Correct, eerlijk.
That's correct, my lord.
Thank you, my Lord. Now, before subsequent to that, or following on that, your evidence was that you also received information that accused 1 and 3 were also on the premises, but you did not see them.
U het ook gesê, jy het informatie gekry dat beskryf nummer 1 en 3 is ook daar op die perseel, maar u het nie vir hulle gesê nie.
Correct, eerlijk.
That's correct, my lord.
That information that you received, that we just referred to now, can you recall who gave you that info?
Die informatie wat u nou gesê het, u het gekry, kan u onthou van wie u daai informatie gekry het?
Eerlijk, daar was een klomp uniformlede
My Lord, there was a lot of uniform members.
En ek kan nie onthou presies wie die informasie vir my gegee het, Edele.
I can't remember precisely who gave me the information.
Can you estimate, or do you know how long after you've arrived that you got this information?
Kan u sê miskien op Rhyn, en hoe lang het jy wat u daar geregeer het u daar informasie gekry?
Edele, toe ek gestop het daar, het ek uit die kar uitgeklim.
My Lord, when I stopped there, I got out or I lighted from the motor vehicle.
En ek sal sê, dis binne die eerste 30 sekondes, Edele.
I'll say it was within the first 30 seconds.
My Lord, may I just ask that the sergeant either speaks louder or that the microphone gets closer or that the volume gets picked up. I'm battling to hear his Afrikaans version.
So ek wil net gevra as u kan net 'n bietjie hard praat of die mikrofoon net nader u gebring word.
Thank you, Warrant Officer.
Thank you, my Lord. Your evidence then led further that you said you went up to the boardroom where you saw accused two, or you, as I noted it, waar ek skuldig twee gekry het. Recall that?
Kan u nou het gesê u het daar gekom, u het beskuldig met twee gesien, u het opgegaan, u het beskuldig met twee gesien, of u het hom daar bo gekry?
Edele, ek het gesê, ek het opgegaan na die kantore van Seaborde.
My Lord, I say that I went up to the offices of the Seaborde.
En ek het besildigde nommer 2 gesien in een van die kantore, wat ek later uitvind is die Boardroom, Edele.
And I say that I saw accused number 2 in one of the offices at the Seaborde. Later on, I found out that it's the Boardroom.
So are you now saying that you didn't see accused two in the boardroom, you saw him in one of the other offices?
No, Mr. Harmsy, that's not what he says. He says he saw him in an office that later he realized it was the boardroom.
Thank you, Manu.
This was in another office.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Now, I want to ask you, from that information, that evidence that you laid now about the office that you later realized is the boardroom, you saw accused 2, implies that accused 1 wasn't there.
Soos u nou getuig op gesê dat u het opgegaan, u het beskuldig met 2 by een van die kantore gesien en later toe het u uitgevind dat is die boardroom geweest. Hoekom het u dan nie van beskuldig om een gesien nie?
Edele, die eerste keer toe ek vir beskuldigde 2 in die boardroom sien,
My Lord, the first time when I saw accused number 2 in the boardroom,
was beskuldigde 1 nie in die boardroom gewees, Edele.
accused number 1 was not in the boardroom.
Soos ek getuig het gister, Edele,
As I've testified yesterday, my Lord,
ek het toilet toe gegaan,
I went to the toilet.
en toe ek terugkom,
When I came back,
het ek vir kaptein Lombard en vir beskuldigde 1 ook in die boardroom gesien, Edele.
then when I came back from the toilet, I saw Captain Lombard and accused number 1 in the boardroom.
Yes, you see, that is accused 1's version, and he would say, and that's his instructions to me, that when he arrived at Seaborder,
Beskuldig nummer 1 sy instructies is dat hy sê die tyd wat hy daar geregeer het by die Seaborde kantore,
he was taken up to the boardroom.
hy was opgeneem na die boardroom toe.
So he was there long before 5 o'clock.
So hy was daar lang voor 5 uur.
Can you comment?
Enige kommentaar?
Die Edele, soos ek sê, toe ek daar gekom het, was beskuldigde 1 nie in die boardroom gewees nie, Edele.
My Lord, as I've said, when I got there, accused number 1 was not in the boardroom.
Now, accused 1 also says that when he was in the boardroom there, accused 2 was there, Captain Lombard was not there.
Okay, can you please repeat that?
When accused 1 was taken up to the boardroom and accused 2 was there, Captain Lombard was not there at that stage, and this is from the beginning.
Beskillig om die een se instruksies is dan die tyd wat hy daar by die boardroom was, beskillig met 1 was daar, beskillig met 2 was daar, en hy was daar, maar kaptein Lombard was nie daar nie.
Die edele, ek kan nie sê of beskuldigde 1 voor kaptein Lombard in die boardroom gekom het nie.
My Lord, I won't be able to say that accused number 1 was there at the boardroom before Captain Lombard.
Maar ek was nie daar gewees toe hulle ingegaan het in die boardroom nie.
Because I was not there when they entered the boardroom.
Toe ek terugkom van die toilet af,
When I came back from the toilet,
kaptein Lombard en beskuldigde 1 was saam met beskuldigde 2 in die boardroom gewees eerlik.
Captain Lombard and accused number 1 were together with accused number 2 in the boardroom.
So then, according to your evidence, that would have been around about 5 or just after 5, or if you're right, before 5, you said it took 30 seconds, so it's around 5 that you say this happened, that Captain Lombard is there with accused 1 and 2.
Dus hy sê daar geregeer so voor 5 uur se kant, en in daai sekondes as hy nog getuige dit was voor kaptein Lombard daar was.
Dit kan so 5 uur en dit na 5 wees eerlik.
It can be around about 5 o'clock or after 5, my Lord.
Accused 1, and I know you might not be able to deny or admit this, accused 1's instructions are?
Ek weet miskien u sal dit nie erken of ontken nie, maar die instruksies van beskuldig om 1 is
That accused 1 and 3 arrived at Seaborder around lunchtime, about 12 to 1.
dat beskuldig om 1 en 3 het geregeer by die Seaborder kantore so omtrent se 1 uur se kant.
They were fetched from the Wikis Bay Hotel
Hulle was gehaal van Wikis Bay Hotel
and then taken to Seaborder.
hulle was dan geneem na Seaborder toe.
Can you comment?
Enige kommentaar?
Die edele gedurende daardie tyd, as dit deur die dag is soos ek verstaan, die middag was
My
ek
Lord, during that time, it was during the day, the afternoon,
was ek besig gewees met die soektog eerlik.
I was busy with the search, my Lord.
So you can't comment on the time that they were fetched, where they were fetched, and what happened to them thereafter.
Korrek eerlik.
That's correct, my Lord.
And then just for the sake of completeness, I placed on record, and my instructions are that when accused 1 and 3 were collected, picked up by Constable Sekobe and another member,
En net om dit voltooi beskuldig om 1 se instruksies dat die tyd wat hulle gehaal was by deur Sergeant Sekobe of mevrou Sekobe en 'n ander kollega.
when these police officers arrived at Wikis Bay Hotel, accused 1, accused 3,
Die tyd wat hierdie polisiebeampte geregeer het by Wikis Bay Hotel beskuldig om 1 en 3
and accused 1's mother
en beskuldig om 1 se moeder
and his sister
en sy suster
and accused 1's sister-in-law were all sitting in the lounge area of the hotel.
en beskuldig om 1 se skoonsister wat by die voorkant gesit het van die hotel, die lounge.
You can't.
Ek het geen kennis van dit nie eerlik.
I pay no knowledge of that, my Lord.
Accused 1's version is further. that on arrival at Seaborder,
Verskillend vir my een sê verder dan die tyd wat hulle weer by admissibility,
he was escorted by 4 or 5 men in civilian clothes.
hy was verstel deur 4 of 5 manne wat in private uniform of private clothing.
Private clothing,
En civiele klere.
to the boardroom, and that was, he says, on instructions from Captain Lombard, being there.
Hy was verstel na die boardroom toe mee en hy sê die instructies dat kaptein Lombard was teenwoordig.
He says he saw Captain Lombard instruct these people to take him up.
En hy het gesien dat kaptein Lombard gee instructies dat nie die mense op hom op te neem.
Die edele, soos ek weer sê, ek het nie gesien hoe beskuldigde een in die boardroom gaan die edele en wie hom ingeneem het nie.
My Lord, as I've said once more, I did not see accused number 1 getting into the boardroom or who took him to the boardroom.
Just one moment, Mr. Armstrong. You indicated to us that during the searches, you and Captain Lombard were in 2 different groups.
Hy het gesê dat die tyd wat die soektog gebeur het, een kaptein Lombard wat in verskillende groepe.
Die edele, ons was in een groep en toe is die groep onderverdeel gewees terwyl ons die soektog gedoen het.
My Lord, we were in the same group, my Lord, and then when the search started, we were divided into different groups.
You also told us that you searched in adjacent areas close to each other.
En hy het ook getuig dat julle die soektog gedoen het, julle was nie ver van mekaar af nie.
Correct, edele.
That's correct, my Lord.
So can you recall, and we'll place the time between 1 and 2 the afternoon of the 4th, whereabouts you found yourselves?
Can you please repeat that, my Lord?
Between, I'm just going to place it between 12 and 1 of the afternoon. So around about lunchtime, hour before, you can even take it till 2 o'clock. Whereabout you found yourself and whether you know where Captain Lombard was at that time.
Ons gaan nie tyd sit tussen 12 en 1 uur en tussen daai tyd waar was u gewees of waar het u vir u self gevind en miskien waar was kaptein Lombard gewees?
Edele, daar was 'n tyd gewees en ek dink dit was tussen 1 en 2 gewees waar
There was a time that I think it was between 1 o'clock and 2.
waar ons nog steeds agter Diasville was.
We were still behind Diasville.
Kaptein Lombard se voertuig was nie ver van my voertuig geparkeer nie.
Captain Lombard's motor vehicle was not parked far from my motor vehicle.
En omdat dit gereën het, het ons vir 'n wyle in die voertuig gesit.
Because it was raining, my Lord, we sat for a while or some time in the car.
En ek het daardie tyd vir Kaptein Lombard in sy voertuig gesien, edele.
I saw Captain Lombard at that time in his motor vehicle.
And where were these vehicles?
En waar was die voertuie?
Edele, dit was die area net oorkant Middelpos, op die linkerkant van Middelpos Rhyn.
It was in the area just opposite, on the other side of Middelpos. Kan jy weer die naam sê?
Middelpos Rhyn.
Middelpos rail line.
So dit was net op die open veld net langs die area edele.
So it was there in an open field opposite the area, my Lord.
Thank you, Mr. Armstrong.
Thank you, my Lord. Your evidence also led that Captain Lombard said that you were to lead the interviews.
Is getuies het ook gesê dat Captain Lombard het gesê dat u moet aan die lead vat in die onderhoud.
Correct, edele.
That's correct, my Lord.
So this was obviously with your arrival only from 5 o'clock onwards.
En dit was ook aan die tyd dat daar die gearriveerde van 5 uur se kant.
Voor 5 uur.
Before 5 o'clock.
Now, for the completion of the events that takes place, as I said yesterday, we want to see how this plays off as if in a movie. You recall?
Kan u nou, ek het gesê gister as u nou vandag wil sien hoe die ding begin van die begin sou so stap vir stap aan soos 'n fliek.
Correct, eerlik?
Correct, my lord.
So that's why I'm going to now deal with accused one's instructions as to what happened when he arrived there.
So dit is wat ek gaan nou oorpraat, beskryf hoe die se instruksies wat het gebeur die tyd wat daar arriveer het.
And there is now at sea border.
Nou daar is die bodem.
He says, as I've already mentioned, that 4 or 5 men took him took him to the boardroom.
Hy sê, soos hy gesê in die instruksies, dat 4 of 5 persone het hom geneem na die seebode kantoor toe.
And he could see through the glass.
Hy kon sien deur die glas.
And he was asked
Hy was gevra.
by these men, who do you see sitting there?
Hy was gevra deur die mense of hierdie persone, wie sien jy daar sit? Wie sit daar?
Just pause there.
Thank you, Maro.
Do you have any knowledge? Do you want to comment on that part?
Dra u enige kennis van dit of wil u kommentaar?
Eerlik, soos ek gesê het, ek weet nie wie verskillende 2 opgevat het na die boardroom toe nie, en ek weet ook nie.
My lord, and I've said that I don't know who took accused number 2 up to the boardroom. I also don't know
Of hy voor kaptein Lombard in die boardroom gekom het, of hulle gelyk gekom het, en of kaptein Lombard voor hom daar gewees het nie, eerlik.
I also don't know whether he came there together at the same time with Captain Lombard or what, my lord.
But you can confirm that accused number 2 was there before him on your version.
Maar van wat u gesê het, weergawe is dat u kan sê dat beskuldige nummer 2 was daar gewees voor hom.
Correct, eerlik.
Correct, my lord.
Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Thank you, my lord. The instructions are then the accused one is asked, who's that sitting there, and he says it's Steveno, he knows him.
Dan beskuldige my eerste instruksies is dat hy wat gevra, weet u wie sit daar, en toe sê ja, hy ken hom, dit is Steveno.
Take it you've got no comment.
No comment.
No comments, my lord.
Then, as those men who took him up, he says he doesn't know who they are.
Soos hierdie mans mense van hom opgeneem het, hy weet nie wie is hulle nie.
They told him to sit on a chair next to a table or at the table.
Hulle het hom gesê om op 'n stoel sit by die tafel en langs die tafel.
You can't comment on that.
Ek kan nie kommentaar oor dit nie.
Toe ek in die boardroom kom, toe het hy op 'n stoel gesit, eerlik.
When I got to the boardroom, he was seated on a chair, my lord.
Yes, I understand that, but now we're talking about something that happened a few hours before you got there.
Ek verstaan wat u sê, maar ek praat nie van goed wat gebeur voor 'n paar ure voor u daar gearriveer het.
Eerlik, ek kan nie kommentaar lewer op iets wat ek nie gesien het, eerlik.
My lord, I can't comment on something that I did not see.
Can you recall maybe what accused one was wearing when you saw him there
Kan u miskien
at the sea border?
Kan u miskien onthou wat dit beskuldige een wat so 'n klere dra het beskuldige een aangaan het wat u van gesien het by die seebode kantore?
Nee, eerlik.
No, my lord.
And just for the sake of completeness as well, his instructions to me were, and are, that he wore a black pants, similar to a tracksuit pants, with 3 orange stripes on the sides, running from top to bottom.
Sy instructies is dat die klere wat hy gehad het, hy het 'n swart broek gehad op 'n tracksuit broek met 3 streepies met oranje van bo tot onder toe.
Kan ek kommentaar lewer op hierdie?
I can't comment on that, my lord.
At any stage during the course of the evening to the early hours of the morning, can you recall what you had on?
Op enige stadium van die aanhaving na die vroeë ure die oggend kan u onthou wat hy aanhaal.
Nee, eerlik.
No, my lord.
The reason I'm asking you is that on the video that we saw, it's exhibit 3.
Exhibit KK, my lord.
It's exhibit 3. Exhibit number 3.
Sorry, yes.
When he was with Colonel Pretorius, I noticed he had on a black tracksuit pants with 3 stripes like the Adidas stripes. The stripes were orange. Can you recall that?
Die rede wat ek vir u dit vra, die tyd wat hy met Colonel Pretorius gewees, ek het omgelet op die video, bewys ek 3. Hy het 'n swart tracksuit broek aangehad, 'n swart tracksuit broek aangehad met 3 streepies, soos die oranje in kleur, soos die Adidas strepe.
Eerlik, ek het ook die video gesien en ek het die klere dra gesien, maar ek kan nie onthou of hy die klere aangehad het die antwoord het eerlik.
I saw the video, my lord, and I also saw the clothing he had on, so I can't remember what clothing he had before the previous night.
He had on a white t-shirt
Hy het 'n wit T-shirt gehad,
and there was a grey top, whether it was a hoodie or not.
en
I couldn't make out.
There was in my instructions, my lord, yes.
hy het 'n fout op gehad, hoe dit is hoe die maar dit was val en kleur.
And I've noticed for the record that I'm not sure whether it was the same pants, but accused number 2 wore similar pants on a few occasions during these court proceedings. The black with the orange stripes, looks like the Adidas brand.
My lord, I have no instructions whether they're sharing pants or not, my lord.
Yeah, no, they had similar looking pants. So you saw the video, but you can't recall.
U het die video gesien, maar u kan nie onthou nie.
Korrek eerlik.
That's correct, my lord.
That is indeed correct what his lordship now said about the short-sleeved top and a grey and a hoodie that was not on his head. You remember that on the video?
Can you please repeat that?
It was indeed correct what his lordship now referred to. Short-sleeved top with a grey short sleeve over the t-shirt that had a hoodie, but the hoodie was not on his head.
Is correct, so jy hoef verduidelik dat hy die kortmouw top aangehad en die kortmouw teen gehad, maar dit was nie, dit was ook nie gewees, maar die was ook oor sy kop heen. Of die kapie was ook oor sy kop heen.
Eerlik verstaan nie is dit, wat gaan in die video of gaan dit die gebeurtenisse van die 4de Maart 2024 heen?
My lord, I don't understand now, is this regarding the video or what happened on the 4th of March, my lord?
That is his instructions that he had on at sea border.
Dit is instructies die klere drag wat hy gehad het by sea border.
Soos ek sê eerlik, ek kan nie die klere dra onthou nie, ek het dit wel gesien op die video van die confession hier. Van die statement.
As I said, my lord, that I don't remember the kind of clothing that he had on, but I saw it on the video of the confession.
But I put it to you then that it's clear, and it should be clear, that as the evidence that has been produced here confirms what one had been wearing on the 4th, that night, that day, that night, until the morning of the 5th, when he was taken to the doctor and brought back and did the confession, he had no opportunity and he did not change his clothes.
Ek stel dit in ere soos die getuienis of die getuienis van president Boardroom dat die kleredrag wat beskuldig gehad het die 4de en die vroegoggend-ure en die tyd wat er geneem was na die dokter toe vir die mediese ondersoek en op die video self buite tyd gehad of 'n kans gehad of 'n geleentheid gehad om kleredrag te verander het.
Eerder dan moes het 10 dieselfde klere gewees het.
Kan u please repeat that?
Eerder dan moet het 10 dieselfde klere gewees het.
Then it's the same clothing, my lord.
It was the same clothes. I'm putting it to you. It was the same clothes.
Ek stel dit aan u dat dit dieselfde kleredrag is.
Unfortunately, I'm going to stop his instructions there. I'm going to just ask you some questions. What I mentioned earlier and your evidence saying that Captain Lombard said, you the lead interviewer.
Ek gaan sy instruksies nou weer nastop vir nou. Ek gaan sy instruksies weer nastop. Captain Lombard het gesê hy is die persoon wat leierskap geneem het in die onderhoud.
Correct, eerder.
That's correct.
You see, I recall Captain Lombard's evidence to say when he was cross-examined by my learned colleague for accused 2,
Ek kan onthou Captain Lombard se getuienis die tyd was die kruis ontvang deur my kollega vir wiskundige 2.
Captain Lombard said that
Captain Lombard het gesê dat
you, Sergeant Fortuin, had a clipboard. A clipboard.
hy het gesê dat meneer het 'n clipboard gehad.
Correct, eerder.
That's correct.
And did you make notes on that clipboard?
En u notas gemaak op daardie clipboard.
Eerder, ek het gewoonlik 'n klipbord by my.
My lord, I usually have a clipboard with me.
Op daardie stadium het ek nie notas gemaak nie.
At that time, I didn't make notes.
Die rede hiervoor was
The reason therefore was
dat ons wou dit informasie hê oor waar Joshlin Smith kan wees eerder.
my lord, can I just ask the witness to repeat? Kan u net herhaal asseblief?
Dat ons dit informasie wou hê oor waar Joshlin Smith was eerder.
We wanted information as to hear where Joshlin Smith was, my lord, or the whereabouts of Joshlin Smith.
En so gou ek informasie gekry het,
As soon as I received or got information,
ek het dit oorgedra aan Kaptein Lombard eerder.
I handed over or I gave it to Captain Lombard.
And you say you did not write it down.
En hy sê dat ek nie neergeskryf nie.
Nee eerder.
No, my lord.
Everything that you are giving evidence about yesterday and today, you didn't write that down. You didn't make an affidavit, that's clear, but you didn't write it down anyway.
So alles wat u oorgetuig het gister en vandag, u het dit nie neergeskryf nie en weet ook u het 'n verklaring gemaak nie.
Eerlik die informasie wat ek bekom het was baie min geweest.
My lord, the information that I had was very minimum.
En ek het geweet indien daar meer informasie kom eerlik,
I knew that when I would receive or get more information,
sal 'n formele verklaring geneem word van die beskuldigdes eerlik.
then a formal statement will be taken from the accused person,
En dit sal teen een deur 'n offisier gedoen word eerlik.
and that will be done by the officer.
I'm sorry to interrupt, my lord. My lord, accused number 3 indicates she's not feeling well and asked to be excused. Thank you, my lord.
Accused number 3 is excused. Constable Pillay, if you're going to leave with her, just come back for the warrant. Mr. Yankees, did my registrar go upstairs? Just ask her to give you the warrant for accused number 3 till tomorrow so that I can endorse it. Just fetch it from her, please. Thank you. We'll first assess the situation, but just when, in the event that the police have to leave with her so that I can give the warrant of detention till tomorrow.
I'll check on it.
Good. Yes, Mr. Aramson, apologies. We just had to sort out the issue around accused number 3.
Indeed, my lord, thank you. Now, I think, or I deem it important to, at this point now, proceed with accused one's instructions as to what happened when he arrived at Sea Border at the boardroom with the 4 or 5 men, he can't remember, with the 4 or 5 men that took him up there.
Ek meen dat dit is nou belangrik. Ek gaan nou voortgaan met wiskunde van die eerste instruksies. Die tyd wat hy daar gaan arriveer met die 4 tot 5 mense of persone by die Sea Border kantore.
Just to complete the dress that he was wearing, he says he also wore plakkies, sandals.
Hy sê ook hy het plakkies gehad.
Dit is moontlik eerlik.
That's possible, my lord.
His instructions are further than that while he was now up there at Sea Border at the boardroom, he was under the impression, or brought under the impression that from his recollection that it was referred to as the boardroom.
Sy het oor daar geneem, maar sy was onder die indruk gewees dat dit was die boardroom gewees, dat dit is die boardroom.
That one of the men that was with him asked him,
En een van die manne was met hom gewees en op hom gevra.
and his comment about the man who asked him something, which I'll get to now, is that that man was carrying a clipboard
En die persoon wat hom dit gevra, die persoon het 'n klipbord gehad
and a pen.
en 'n pen.
And his instructions says that this man, he doesn't know who he is.
En sy instruksies is dat hy weet nie wie die mens persoon is nie.
Asked him to tell, he asked accused one to tell him
Hy het beskuldig my een gevra om hom te vertel.
what happened on Monday, the 19th of February 2024.
Hierdie mens persoon het hom gevra wat het gebeur op die 19de van Februarie maand tot dan 24de maandag.
Now I've got to add that my instructions are further in respect of who this person was, that he accused one. The instructions are that he cannot remember if this man introduced himself or not.
En verder my instruksies is dat hy kan nie onthou of hierdie mens persoon of hierdie persoon het homself voorgestel.
You can't comment on this.
Jy kan nie kom daarop nie.
Eerlik, ek weet nie wat die tyd die Aramse van praat nie eerlik of die middag was of die aand was hier.
My lord, I don't know at which stage or what time is Mr. Harams speaking about, was that the morning or the evening?
Well, let me put it to you this way. I've
It
already,
was the afternoon or the evening, my lord.
it is shortly after they arrived there. They arrived there, he went up to the seaboard and with his men, he was sat down, there's a table, and this is continuous. This happened whether it took 10 minutes, 5 minutes, it was around about 12 to 1 o'clock in that area.
Hy sê, was kort net daarna geregeer het, dit in herhaling gebeur en toe dis die britte van 12 uur.
Eerlik het hy hof verduidelik waak gewees het tussen daardie tyd eerlik en ek was nie by Seaboder gewees nie.
My lord, I explained to the court where I was at that time. I was not at Sea Border offices.
Did you at any stage, once you arrived there, hear anything to this effect that I'm explaining now what happened to accused one?
Die tyd wat u daar gerefereer het, het u enige iets gehoor wat ek nou gesê het wat verskillend op die nou sê?
Nee, eerlik.
No, my lord.
So you were not informed about accused one having been taken up by 4 or 5 men or some men to the boardroom?
So u was nie gesê het dat verskillend op die een was geneem deur 4 of 5 persone na die boardroom toe.
Eerlik soos ek gesê het, ek weet nie wie was beskuldigde een boardroom toe geneem het nie, eerlik.
My lord, as I mentioned, I don't know who took accused number 1 to the boardroom.
Thank you. Let me proceed. My instructions are further that upon accused one being asked by this man with the clipboard what happened on the 19th of February 2024,
My instructies is sê dat nadat die persoon hom gevra het wat het gebeur op die 19de van Februarie maand 2024,
that accused one related to him what was written in accused one's affidavit.
en beskuldig hom my een net gesê wat was geskryf en beskuldig hom my een se verklaring.
The affidavit that he deposed to with Sergeant Molstein, and I think my lord it is marked as Exhibit M.
Die verklaring wat hy gegee het aan Milstein wat is bewys dat M is.
Yes, that was the statement that was taken on the 20th.
Indeed,
The afternoon of the 20th.
Indeed.
It is in fact Exhibit M.
Thank you.
M for Mary. Any knowledge of that?
Enige kennis van dit?
Nee, eerlik.
No, my lord.
So accused one said to this member that, which was written down in his affidavit, which accused one's instructions are that he has told everybody that has asked him questions from the 19th, from the 20th onwards, whenever he was, and his instructions are repeatedly brought in and asked what happened, this is what he told them.
Beskuldig hom my een sê dat hy was gevra deur verskeie persone wat het gebeur en het die mense die persone gehandel dieselfde ding gesê wat het gebeur op die tyd wat hy gevra was wat het gebeur op die 19de van Februarie maand 2024.
Eerlik soos ek weer sê, ek was nie daar gewees nie en ek kan nie kommentaar lewer daarop nie, eerlik.
My lord, as I say that I was not there, so I can't comment on that.
My instructions are then further that after relating that information again to this member said to him,
Hy sê nou dit nadat hy die informasie gegee het aan hierdie lid, en die lid het gesê aan hom,
ek praat kak en vandag gaan ek doodgaan.
and he said that I'm talking shit and today I'm going to die.
Ek het geen kennis daarvan, eerlik.
I pay no knowledge of that, my lord.
Did nobody ever come to you, or what you might know, come to Captain Lombard and reported this?
Het daar enige getuienis of het iemand gekom en by u of by kaptein Lombard dit oorgedraai het, gesê?
Korrek, eerlik. Niemand het dit oorgedra nie, eerlik.
Christ, no one told me that or said that to me.
Accused one's instructions are further then.
Beskuldig hom my een se instruksies is verder dat.
Some of those men then pulled him off the chair
Hy sê verder dat van sommige van hulle het die opgetrek van die stoel af.
and put him on the floor, on his backside on the floor, sitting on the floor.
En kom op die vloer laat neersit.
Eerlik, weer eens, ek was nie daar nie, so ek kan nie kommentaar lewer, eerlik.
Once again, my lord, I was not there, so I can't comment.
Then they cuffed him
En hom vasgemoei,
his hands in front of his body
sy hande voor sy liggaam
with normal handcuffs that the police use.
met normale aanboeien van die polisie.
And this, what happened then, has been related to the court many times, and you've also heard it. Just for the sake of completeness, just state it again. His instructions are, then he was sat down, his legs were pulled up, his arms were put in front of his knees.
En dit was so voor baie keer het verduidelik in hoe dan hy was weer uitgesit en sy bene na sy bors en na sy liggaam toe getrek en sy arm op sy bene.
With a rod over the arms, under the knees.
Met 'n paal as 'n steelpaal onder sy knie.
Eerlik, dat het nie gebeur in die tyd wat ek daar was nie.
My Lord, it did not happen in the time that I was there.
So you
So
can't.
is the statement that this happened shortly after Mr. Appollis arrived at Sea Border?
Yes, my lord, it's just difficult for accused one to say whether it took 10 minutes, 15 minutes or half an hour, but it was ongoing.
It was shortly after,
Yes.
so it was not in the late afternoon.
No, my lord.
Eerlik, soos ek sê, ek het voor 5 uur se kant daar gekom en nadat het dit nie gebeur terwyl ek daar was nie, eerlik.
My Lord, as I said that I arrived there before 5 o'clock. When I arrived there, that did not happen.
Now, this has been related many times. I'm not going to waste the court's time and say all that again, but it has been stated clearly how they proceeded, what accused one wants to which has also been stated to this court before, is in highlighting what happened there, besides the swinging on the rod, is that there was a Xhosa man.
Dit was herhaaldelijk gesê in de hoofd, so ek gaan nie weer herhaal nie, maar soos ek gesê het, die hoe het van gemaakt dat hy was so vorentoe beweeg in die stoel, daar voor en achter toe beweeg, en daar was ook 'n swart persoon daar.
Accused one would say he thinks it was a Xhosa man, that was his impression.
Verskillende mense het hy dink dit was 'n Xhosa man geweest, dit is die indruk wat hy gehad het.
There was a coloured man with a short, full beard.
Daar was ook 'n kortkleurige man geweest met kort baard.
And accused one says both of them smacked him in his face.
En beide van hierdie man het hom geklap in sy gesig.
Any comment?
Eerlik, indien dit wel gebeur het beskuldigde een genoeg tyd gehad om die aand vir my en vir kaptein Lombard en dan die ander lede in te lig dat dit gebeur het, eerlik.
My Lord, if that happened, the accused of one had a lot of ample time to inform myself and Captain Lombard or any other members that were there the evening.
Let me put this to you, Sergeant Fontaine. If this happened after 1, let's say it happened between 1 and 2.
Laat ons sê hierdie ding gebeur tussen 1 en 2.
You weren't there.
U was daar nie.
Then there was ample time for this procedure to take place and continue until 5 o'clock.
En er was genoeg tyd gewees, hierdie ding herhaaldelijk gebeur tot 5 uur gebeur.
Soos ek sê, eerlik, daar was niks van die beskuldigde aan my gerapporteer nie, eerlik.
As I said, my Lord, nothing or no report came from the accused to me.
Well, you will agree with me that the only time he could have reported anything to you would have been once you arrived there, after 5 or on 5 or just before 5.
En wat ek kan gebeur het is dat die enigste tyd wat hy kon rapporteer het, is die tyd wat hy geregeer het voor 5 uur of na 5 uur, net kortliks voor 5 uur.
Eerlik, tyd gehad van sê 5 uur af tot die volgende oggend 2 eerlik.
My Lord, he had time from 5 o'clock till the following morning, my Lord.
my instructions are that accused 1 then sustained the blue eye, the left eye,
My instructions is dat beskuldig om die een die positief opgedoen die blou oog op sy linkerkant. Oog.
and scuff marks on the face.
En die
Scuff marks.
die abrasions op sy kant.
My Lord, I don't think it's abrasions. I don't know how we can translate scuff marks in Afrikaans, my Lord.
Skiermerk.
Skaafmerke.
Scarf markers should be correct, my Lord. Thank you.
Edele, toe ek vir beskuldigde 1 gevra het hoe hy sy beserings opgedoen het,
My Lord, when I asked accused number 1 how he got his injuries,
het hy vir my gesê het geval.
he told me that he has fallen.
Ek het hom op die 6de toe ek sy waarskuwingverklaring gevat het,
I asked him on the 6th when I took his warning statement
hoe hy die beserings opgedoen het,
how he got those injuries.
en hy het vir my dieselfde antwoord gegee dat hy geval het, Edele.
He gave me the same answer that he fell.
You're referring to the statement that you took from accused 1 the following day, the 6th of March. Is that what you're referring to?
Praat u van verklaring wat u gevat het van beskuldigde nummer 1 op die 6de volgende dag.
Korrek, Edele?
That's correct, my Lord.
May I ask that the state present you with one?
You're going to hand it up.
My Lord, yes, I think it will be in the interest of justice, for the clarity of the court.
It will be exhibit MM. It is a printed form on a pro forma marked A38. It's a form SABS3 capital M with a small m in brackets. It seems to be a form that's printed by the government printers, as it has a government printer's reference number, top left, in small print on the front page. It has instructions on pages 1 and 2. Then there's a heading on the 3rd page, statement regarding interview with suspect, with 11 subsections, going to page 5, then from page 6 through to 10 makes provision for signatures, which has the heading of statement by suspect. Only pages 6 and 7 is completed. 8, 9, top part of 10, it's a line drawn through it. Then page 11 is the provision is made for a certificate by an interpreter. There was no interpreter used, so it's not applicable. And then 12 is a certification by the person conducting the interview which seems on the face of it to be Sergeant David Johannes Fortuin. Thank you, Mr. Harmsen.
Thank you. Thank you, my lord. Sergeant, please, will you recognize this form, do you?
Correct, Edward?
Correct, my lord.
You confirm that this is a statement of interview that you conducted with Mr. Appollis.
Is het keuze dat is het vorm op een tijd wat u onderhoud gehad hebt met meneer Appollis?
Op die 6de, Edward, correct.
Correct, my lord, on the 6th.
Correct. Have a look at this form. Is numbered page. There's a page number 2 that I think, my lord, I'm not sure which page is which now, but I'm now referring to
the first, on the inside of the cover and the opposite page, that's not numbered. So the first 2 printed pages with the instructions are not numbered. Then on what would have been page 3, that is page 1, you'll see it doesn't have a number.
the one that says statement regarding interview with
Yeah,
subject.
it doesn't have a number on top. Then the opposite page that starts with paragraph 3 or block number 3,
Yes, ma'am.
that has a 2 printed on top. And so the printed numbers continue until page 12 thereof.
Thank you, my lord. Sergeant, please page then to page 4. And there's a block 7, a black block with a white 7 in. You see that?
Correct, Edward?
Correct, my lord.
Now, if I may, I just read what's written there, typed. It's a typed part of the document. During the interview, I asked the suspect whether he, and the she was scratched out, is injured. Full stop. The suspect indicated that she is scratched out, did not is scratched out, have any injuries. You note that?
Kan u sê dat tijdens wat ik de onderhoud gaande met die persoon op die besoekte en die van gevraagd of hom gevraagd het hy enige bestuur opgedoen en die antwoord het gesê nee. Kan u dit sien?
Correct, Edward?
Correct, my lord.
The antwoord did not, my lord, it was interpreted, the antwoord het nie gesê, it's not.
Geen registrering.
No. So there was the question, and I'm not going to read the he and she and did not, because that's where the confusion comes in.
Apologize, my lord.
Because so the question was first whether he is injured.
Die vraag was gevraagd as hy beseer, of hy enige beserings.
And then the form reads, the suspect indicated that he did have any injuries. So he did have injuries.
En die vorm wys dat het hy beserings gehad en hy het beserings gehad.
Correct, Edward?
That's correct, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. And then you will notice, Sergeant Fortuin, then the next sentence says, I asked the suspect to show me the injuries and I noticed the following. Now, the I asked refers to you.
En ek het besluit op die persoon gevra het en enige beserings ek kon verwys en nie ek verwys na die meneer.
Correct, Edward?
That's correct, my lord.
Now, do you want me to read it or will you read it?
Wil ek wil dit lees of u gaan dit lees?
Ek sal dit lees, sorry of Edward is my handskrif.
I'll read to record with my handwriting, my lord.
Left eye red,
Linker oog rooi,
scuff marks the left side of face,
skaafmerk op die linkerkant van die gesig,
scuff marks the left arm,
skaafmerk op die linkerarm,
scuff marks on forearms,
skaafmerk op die voorarms,
left knee and foot,
left knie en voet.
Internal injuries according to suspect.
En kwade van die beskuldigde verdagte.
Thank you, Sergeant. Now, let me confirm that. You confirm then those injuries is what you noted on him when you interviewed him.
So hierdie beserings wat u daar genoteer het, is beserings wat u opgeleef het van hom.
Praat jy van die 6de ene of die 4de?
I'm talking about the 6th or the 4th.
I'm talking to you about this document that you have in front of you on the 6th that was commissioned by you after and busy having an interview with accused 1.
Ek praat van hierdie dokument wat u voor het en die tyd wat u 'n onderhoud gehad het of gepraat het met die beskuldige op die 6de meneer.
Dis die beserings wat die beskuldigde dan uitgewys het edele.
These are the injuries that were pointed out by the accused person, my lord.
En dan die inwendige beserings het hy mondelings aan my genoem edele.
And the other injuries, some of the injuries, the one that you said to me verbally.
Yes, I understand that, but you confirm that you noticed these injuries that you wrote down, except for the internal injuries you were told about.
U het dit genoteer en alle die kwale wat ek gehad het, u het dit net geskryf.
Korrek edele.
That's correct, my lord.
In other words, you could see it yourself.
Korrek
He
edele.
showed them and you saw it and you noted it.
Hy het vir u gewys en u kon dit sien met die eie oog.
Korrek edele.
That's correct, my lord.
And now what he would like to put the following to you.
Ek wil die volgende aan u stel.
Accused 1 arrives at Seaborder from Huiki's Hotel around about 12 to 1.
Beskuldigde 1 kom naby Seaborder kantore in die hotel omtrent so 1 uur se kant.
His mother, his sister and his sister-in-law,
Sy skoonsister, sy
En-
sister en haar ma.
and as far as my knowledge is concerned, which may or may not be confirmed, accused 3 as well,
En as ek ook kyk en op beskuldigde bedryf ook.
but at least accused mother, sister, sister-in-law will confirm and if need be give evidence to this court that when he left, accused 1 left Huiki's Hotel, was taken to Seaborder, he had none of these injuries, nothing.
As nodig of noodwendig is beskuldigde met een se ma, suster en skoonsister, as hulle kom getuig, dan sal hulle kom getuig, hulle sal sê dat die tyd was ek weggeneem of geneem van Huiki's Baai na Seaborder toe, ek het daar beserings gehad nie.
You cannot deny that.
Jy kan dit nie ontken nie.
Ek kan nie kommentaar lewer wat ek was nie daar gewees nie edele.
I can't comment on that, my lord, because I was not there.
So let's just complete this picture then. Now accused 1 is at Seaborder.
Laat ons dan hierdie prentjie voltooi, meneer. Beskuldig is nou daar by Seaborder,
He experiences what we are busy dealing with.
wat nou daar gebeur het, wat ons nou van oor praat.
At 4 o'clock in the morning, he was found and put in a Polo Vivo outside Seaborder.
4 uur die oggend, hy was kry, hy was gesit in 'n Polo Vivo voertuig.
There he was arrested.
Daar was hy gearresteer.
Early in the morning,
Vroegoggendure.
.38, I think he was at Dr. Nell's office, a medical doctor, which examined him, and he was transported with a Polo.
En dit was 38 gewees, sy was geneem, in 'n Polo geneem en dit was medies ondersoek deur Dr. Nell.
He was transported back with a Polo to Seaborder.
Hy was weer teruggeneem na Seaborder toe en hierdie Polo,
You aware of that, Sergeant?
draai u kennis van dit.
Edele soos ek getuig het,
My lord is not testified.
na my onderhoude met die beskuldigdes,
After my interview with accused,
beskuldigde 1 en 2,
with accused number 1 and 2,
het ek nie weer daardie oggend saam met hulle te doen gehad nie edele.
I had no interaction with them, did not have any contact with them again.
But you were aware, obviously, that accused 1 and 2 were transported to Friedenberg Hospital and transported back.
Maar in die kennis gedaan dat was hulle op 1 en 2 hulle was vervoer na Vredenberg Hospitaal toe.
Die edelike dag daarna gehoor hulle bekendtenisse gemaak.
My Lord, I heard afterwards that they made confessions.
En dis 'n standaard prosedure
And it's standard procedure
vir beskuldigdes om voor die confession en na die confession na 'n district surgeon toegevat te word, die edelike.
and a standard procedure that choose persons to be taken to a district surgeon before and after of taking confessions, my Lord.
Yes, so I'm putting it to you, that is exactly what happened, and I'm putting it to you that they were transported from Seaborder to the doctor and back in a polo, accused one.
Ek stel dit in u dit wat gebeur was. Hulle het na die hospitaal toe geneem, na die dokter se kantore toe, by kantore en van die dokter se kantore toe en terug na Seaborder kantore.
Edele, ek weet nie waarom hulle gevoer was nie.
My Lord, I don't know what kind of transports they were transported in.
There is evidence to that effect. There is evidence, my Lord. Yeah.
That's the thing.
Well, there's no evidence that it was the same vehicle, because remember, he was taken by Schmidlin. Schmidlin left from Saldanha with his 2 colleagues, and they were driving a white Polo. Whether it's the same vehicle, that we don't know, because they would have arrived at Seaborder in a vehicle.
Yes.
I suspect, and we can merely speculate, because remember, the Leiplek police detectives were also driving a white Polo.
Yes, my Lord.
That it's most probably the government vehicles.
Indeed.
That it's the fleet that they use.
Yes.
I know that in our building, there's at least one that I see there. Sometimes there are 2,
Thank you, my Lord.
with the branding of the Office of the Chief Justice on it. Is it of any moment what type of vehicle it was?
Not particularly, my Lord. I'll just make a statement.
Unless, because the way it came out, it was as if it was suggested he was in that car all the time, but that's not the evidence.
No, my Lord. Which card was the important part that I'm putting to the witness now, that he was transported to the doctor and back in a vehicle, not a bakkie, not a police van, in a vehicle, like a Polo.
And Schmidlin's evidence is clear.
Yes, my Lord.
Of course, that was the morning before. That was pre-statement.
Yes, my Lord.
And I don't think there's any indication that he would have been in an accident or transported in a vehicle, that he fell out of the vehicle or something like that.
So I'm putting it to you, Sergeant Fontaine. There had been no opportunity, no chance of accused one having had to jump into a bakkie, a police van, or having had to jump out of a police van and injured himself, as he had indicated to the doctor and various people how he sustained his injuries.
Ek stel dit in u meneer, daar sê tyd op bekend haar na beskuldig nummer 1 in 'n police van ingespring word uitgespring het en het die daai beserings opgedoen soos die verduiding gegee was of gemeteer is.
Edele, volgens die beskuldigde,
My Lord, burning because of accused of the truth,
het hy sy beserings opgedoen voor hy gearresteer was, edele.
he caused those injuries before he was arrested,
Toe hy geval het, edele,
where he fell.
en dit het ek aangeteken op sy warning statement, edele.
And I noted or wrote that on his warning statement.
You are now referring to that paragraph, the black square with a white 7 in the middle. Is that what you're referring to, Sergeant, where you said, I asked the suspect how and when he had sustained the injuries, and he replied as follows. Is that what you're referring to?
Was een dat hier waar die blokkie is van die 7 waar ek die persoon gevra, verdachte gevra, hoe het hy posering opgedoen en waar? Verwissing na dit?
Correct, eerlijk.
That's correct, my lord.
Just one moment, please.
Thank you, Lord.
Did he give you detail about, because he said he fell before his arrest. Did he give you any detail of that?
Hy sê dat hy geval voor hy gearresteer was, nee, het hy details gesê of het hy verduideliking gegee?
Eerlijk, ek het hom nie gevra nie en daar is 'n rede daarvoor.
My lord, I did not ask him there's a reason for that.
Die beserings is grotendeels aan sy linkerkant eerlik.
The injuries on his left side,
En met my ervaring, persoonlike ervaring eerlik,
with my personal experience or with my experience, my lord,
wat ook al in die verlede dieselfde tipe injuries opgedoen het eerlik.
and can you hear around us a bit?
En met my ervaring wat ook dieselfde tipe beserings opgedoen het in die verlede,
With my personal experience of the same injuries that I've got before,
het ek gedink dat die weergawe wat die beskuldigde vir my gee,
I thought that the version that has been given by the accused person
aanvaarbaar is eerlik.
is acceptable.
So are you saying you personally
Sê jy self persoonlik,
Korrek eerlik.
yes, my lord.
had injuries similar to what
Korrek
was
eerlik.
Ek min of meer self beserings daar. That's correct, my lord.
Mr. Ramsey, can you just pause? I just want to follow up
Yes, ma'am.
on this. So what he told you, this happened before his arrest.
Korrek eerlik.
That's correct, my lord.
Because when he saw the doctor the previous day, Dr. Nell,
Maar die tyd wat hy die dokter die vorige dag gesê het, Dr. Nel,
according to Dr. Nell,
van Dr. Nel se kant af,
he told Dr. Nell that he was injured while being arrested.
hy sê vir Dr. Nel gesê dat hy daardie beserings opgedoen tydens sy arrestasie.
Dr. Nell also did not mark any of the injuries, the scuff marks on the left side of the face.
Dr. Nel het ook nie genoteer van die beserings op die linkerkant die skafmerke.
Nor the scuff marks on the arms.
En die skafmerk op die arms.
So yes, that was after he left Seaborder at 4 o'clock, because that was at 9 something in the morning.
Dit was nadat hy die Seaborder kantore verlaat het, want het was so aan die geleefse kant die aand.
Eerlik, dit is die beserings wat die beskuldigde aan my uitgewys het en ek het dit fisies gesien eerlik.
My Lord, these are the injuries that they say that retrieved by me, and I saw them with my own eyes.
Then we saw the video that was taken at about 22:11 that same morning.
Ons het dan ook gesien, 'n video gesien wat geneem was 22:11 daardie oggend.
It's exhibit KK for the record.
En wij zijn KK voor de rapport.
And we could see Colonel Pretorius asking to go to the side of the table.
Ons kon sien dat Colonel Pretorius heeft om gevra om langs die tafel te gaan.
And the videographer zooms in on the injuries that he shows Colonel Pretorius or the videographer.
En die videographer het ingegaan en die beseers waar hy dit dan uitgewys het aan Colonel Pretorius.
No injuries on the arms,
Geen beseers op die arms nie.
no scuff marks on the face.
Geen skimerke op die gesig nie.
You see him the next day.
Jy het die volgende oggend gesien.
Korrek eerlik.
That's correct, Lord.
And were those marks clearly visible?
Was daar
The ones on the face and on the arms?
Ek wou die merke op die arm en die gesig, was dit dan sigbaar geweest?
Eerlik, ek kan onthou die een in die gesig spesifiek eerlik.
I can remember on the face specifically, my Lord.
Dit was net so onderkant die oog gewees op die linkerkant eerlik.
It was just under the eye on the left-hand side, the witness shows, my Lord.
En dis soos 'n grasbird wat droog geraak het eerlik.
It looked like a grass bird that was drying up or healing.
You saw the accused at Leipzig. Says,
Korrek eerlik.
That's correct, my Lord.
did you see any swelling on his right hand?
En die enige swelling gesien op sy linkerarm of sy regterarm. And
Eerlik, as ek swelling gesien het, daar sal ek het definitief neergeskryf het eerlik.
my Lord, if I noticed or saw any swelling, I was definitely going to note it down.
Did he point out anything on his right hand to you?
Het hy enige iets aan vir u gewys op sy linkerhand?
Nee eerlik.
Rechterhand.
Nee eerlik.
Right hand.
No, my Lord.
Thank you, Mr. Adamson.
Thank you, my Lord. So, Sergeant Fortuin, my point that I was trying to make is that it is obvious that accused one's explanation to anybody who asked him, where he gave the explanation about jumping in and out of a bakkie and being arrested, doesn't make sense. That he sustained these injuries during those activities. You agree with me?
Can you please repeat that?
I'm putting it to Sergeant Fortuin that the explanation that accused one had given to various people
Ek stel dit in eerste stand aan Fortuin na die verduideliking wat wiskundig mooi gegee het in die verskeie mense hoe die beserings opgedoen het.
amongst others, Colonel Pretorius, who took the so-called confession,
En die ander persoon is Colonel Pretorius wat so genoemde bekentenis gegee het,
that he sustained the injuries when he jumped into a bakkie
dat hy die beserings opgedoen het tyd wat hy ingespring het in 'n bakkie
and when he jumped out,
en die tyd wat hy uitgespring het.
More particularly a police van.
a police van, yes.
Spesifiek die polisie van.
That doesn't make sense because it is obvious, I submit it is obvious, that he had not been jumping in and out of any police van From the 4th of March until the 6th of March.
Dit maak nie sin nie, want dit nie enige persoon sal wein ingespring en uitgespring van die 4de tot die 6de Maart.
Mr. Arms, the evidence is that the accused was taken that morning from Sea Border Police Unit.
From the Sea Border, my lord?
From Sea Border Police Unit to Saldanha Police Station. That's Sergeant Johnson.
That was the evidence, yes, my lord.
She booked him in there.
But then there is no evidence on the booking in, my lord. Or no, if it is, it is suspect.
No, there's no evidence on record.
Yeah.
The state has not closed their case yet.
Yeah.
He was transported, must have been, from Saldanha SABC to Sea Border again, because that's where Schmidlin got him in the morning. On the state's evidence. On your evidence, he was there all the time.
Indeed, my lord.
We don't know how he was transported from Saldanha, if he was transported, SABC to Sea Border. We don't know that. If
he was transported, yeah.
Because the times doesn't make sense.
Yes, my lord.
Because, as I pointed out, the SAP 14 cell register indicated that he was booked out at 14:38 to Leipzig. But we know it can't be, because by then Schmidlin had picked him up from Sea Border. He's been to see Dr. Nell. He was seen by Colonel Pretorius. So during that period. So maybe it is just fair that on the available evidence, to put it to the witness, on the available evidence, there's no indication that he was transported in a police van up to that stage. Now the other gap that might be there is, and he was taken to Leipzig from where, when, by whom? Because remember, this witness saw him on the 6th.
I'll put it to the witness.
And the accused told, so the from Sea Border to Leipzig might not be relevant, because the in and out of the police van was at 10:40 to Colonel Pretorius. So if he was injured getting in and out of a police van, we're just talking about the legs and the foot, because the eye, he gave it another explanation. It will play no role for what the witness saw on the 6th, because those were there at 10:40. In fact, it was there at 9:50 when Dr. Nell saw him, talking about the legs and the foot.
Indeed, my lord. And may I just add that Exhibit KK, the so-called confession, the time on there is 10:40, and it was clear on the video that the accused, Mr. Appollis, had indicated to Colonel Pretorius when you asked him, where did you make a statement? He says, here, where we are, here, at Sea Border, here. So this confession was taken at Sea Border, so he was not taken anywhere else.
No, no, no.
Yes.
The confession was taken at Seaboard.
At Seaboard,
as
yeah.
far as it is a confession.
Yeah.
That was taken there. He didn't say they sustained the injuries there.
No.
It came, the question about at here at Seaboard was, did you make a statement to anybody else?
And the
And he
accused
said
said
last
yes.
night to 2
Yes.
officers, and it was here.
Yes. Thank you.
Good. I just wanted to clarify that because we can go in circles around that. It's not going to help us at all.
No. Thank you, Manol. Sergeant Fortuin, just go to your the statement of interview that you had with the accused one, just for the sake of completeness, and to see if you can clear up some confusion. Are you there at page 12?
Page 4. Yes, you was
It says certification by suspect of correctness of record of interview. Is that correct? Are you there?
page 7.
It's page 12
Klasse 12.
on the printed document.
Ja, eerlik is.
Yes, my lord.
It says there, more or less in the middle, in witness whereof I now sign the certificate on this, the 6th day of March 2024.
En dit was gesê dat ek het geteken op die 7 van Maart maand 2024
At Veldrift
by Veldroef,
at 10:30,
10:30.
Korrek eerlik.
That's correct, my lord.
but it couldn't have been 10:30, Sergeant.
Dit kon nie 10:30 wees, dit is versand.
On the 6th.
Op die
Oh, sorry.
7de.
Yes, I apologize. Yes. I'm confused. The 6th with the 5th, my lord. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Because
so this is
he started this interview at 9:56 on the 6th.
yeah. No. Yes. I am getting confused between the 5th and the 6th, my lord. I apologize.
I thought you were going to split hairs whether Veldrift and Leipzig are two different places.
No, it's the same place, my lord.
Because I find it strange that depending on which direction I drive, if you go from Veldrift to Leipzig, and you know it's just a kilometer or two, the stretch of road, the GPS still shows Veldrift.
Yes, my lord.
When I come from the T-junction in Leipzig, it doesn't change until I cross the river on the other side. But then I've gone through Veldrift.
Indeed, my lord. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
So, Sergeant Fortuin, what I'm putting to you is that all this, what accused one had explained to everybody how and when or what occurred when he sustained the injuries, he only, and that's my instructions, he only said that to the people because he was warned by these people who were attacking him and injuring him and torturing him in the boardroom. If you say anything, we are going to seriously hurt you or kill you. Any comment about that?
My instructies aan die beskuldige aanval die persoon wat ek verdedig is dat die verduideliking wat hy die mense gegee het, of die tyd wat die verduideliking gegee het, hoe hy die bestuurders opgedien het, om hoe en wanneer, en net daardie verduideliking gegee, want hy was gewaarsku deur die mense wat daardie aandag op die bestuurders opgedoen het, dat as die enige persoon sê, ons gaan jou reg seermaak of ons gaan jou doodmaak.
Eerlik dra geen kennis van sulke gebeurtenisse eerlik.
My Lord, I bear no knowledge of those things.
So let me put something else to you. When you wrote down on this form, and I'm back to the page 4, the black block, black with a white 7 in, where you wrote there, where he told you that he fell before he was arrested on 4 March 2024. See that?
Ek is nou terug by bladsy 4 by paragraaf 7 van hierdie vorm, waar hy geskryf het dat hy uitgeval voordat hy gearresteer was op die 4de van Maart 2024.
Correct, Edwin?
That's correct, my lord.
Except for the word fell. Those injuries he indeed sustained before he was arrested.
En laat ons na die woord val uitlaan. Daardie beserings, hy het dit opgedoen voor ek gearresteer was.
Edele, ek skryf net neer wat die beskuldigde vir my sê, Edele.
My lord, I just write down or I wrote down what was said to me by the accused person.
I understand that, but what I'm putting to you...
Maybe you must just give clarity on what you put to the witness. So remember Mr. Aramsa asked you earlier. He said he was placed in the Volkswagen Polo.
Jy moet nou dat meneer Arams het gesê vroeër dat hy was gesit in 'n Polo
at Seaborder in the morning.
By Seaborder in die oggend.
Ek onthou, Edele.
I remember
where he was arrested.
Waar hy gearresteer was.
Because we've heard from Sergeant Johnson
Want ons verhoor van
that he was in the car when she filled out the SABC 14A.
Correct, Edele.
That's correct, my lord.
So now Mr. Aramsa says, so he sustained these injuries before he was arrested. In other words, before he got into the Polo.
Wat meneer Arams sê is dat hy hierdie beserings opgedoen voor hy gearresteer was. In ander woorde, daardie beserings was opgedoen voor hy die Polo ingeklim het, opgesit was.
Edele, die beskuldigde het nie gespesifiseer presies waar hy die beserings opgedoen het voor sy arrestasie nie.
My lord, the accused person did not specify when or how he got his injuries covered.
Yes, indeed. I can accept that. Evidence had been laid, and as it's been stated now, Sergeant Johnson gave evidence. She presented accused one with this SAP 14A, notice of rights, at 4 o'clock in the morning, while he was in the vehicle, the Polo, at Seaborder.
Sergeant Johnson het getuig hierdoor dat hy die SCP-14A vir die beskuldige gegee aan die witbouw daar by Seaborder kantoor.
You have any comment about that? Did you have any knowledge of that?
Draai u enige kennis van dit? Is daar enige kommentaar?
Edele, ek weet kaptein Lombard het opdrag gegee dat die 14A by die stasie gehaal moet word.
My lord, I know that Captain Lombard gave instruction that the SCP-14A might be fetched from the station.
En ek het daar vanaf ons beweeg na die gras toe, Edele.
Kan u weer herhaal asseblief?
Ek het van hulle af beweeg na die gras toe waar ek gaan rus het, Edele. Gras.
My lord, I just said now properly, my lord. And then from there, my lord, I moved and I went to the grass, my lord.
So ek was nie daar toe die 14A's uitgeskryf was in die Edele.
So I was not there when the 14A was written.
My question to you were you aware of that? Not where you were you aware of that?
My vraag is, het u geweet van dit nie, waar was u nie?
Ek het later die dag bewus geraak van hulle arrestasie, Edele, maar
I became aware later on of their arrest, my lord.
Maar ek het nog nie kennis gehad van wat het gebeur het nie, Edele.
But I did not know what time it took place or what time it happened.
My lord, I'm going to carry on with the instructions now. I was interrupted by the instructions because we got to the injuries. Maybe this, if I may respectfully suggest that this is opportune time to may just say it's 10 past 10 or 8 minutes past 10, my lord.
Shall we make it 10 minutes?
That will be in order. I think if I may say that, I think the interpreter also would like a breather.
Do you have an idea how long he's still going to be with the witness?
My Lord, I'll try and keep it as short as possible.
No, I
but
don't want to
it depends on the witnesses' answers. My Lord, half an hour.
Depending,
Yes.
I don't want us to get to a point at 2 o'clock this afternoon and then the other witness is only available tomorrow morning.
My Lord, yes, I remember witnesses standing by. I'm not sure what time was arranged.
We'll time it when we see it gets to 12 o'clock. There might be a need to tell the witness to drive through.
I will, my lord.
Court adjourned.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Fortuin. You are still under oath.
Yes, you was. Ja, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Armson.
Thank you, my lord. Sergeant Fontaine, you are now understanding that everything that has happened, and according to accused one's evidence or instructions to me at least, these injuries that he sustained occurred long before you came there. Do you understand that?
Nou, die beserings wat die beskikking opgedoen het, daardie beserings het die beskikking opgedoen alvorens die daar opgedaag het. Verstaan jy dit?
Edele, wat die beskuldigde het nie vir my gesê dat die beserings voor arrestasie gedoen het. Ek het nie gespesifiseer wanneer voor arrestasie nie, Edele.
My lord, all the accused told is that he sustained those injuries before his arrest. However, he was not specific as to when did he sustain those injuries.
But just for clarity, Mr. Fortuin, the way I understand the statement from the defense is, even if it was sustained at sea border, it would have been sustained before you arrived.
Correct, my lord.
Thank you, my lord.
Now, I have a follow-up question on that. When you saw the accused number one, that afternoon,
Toe ek beskryf nommer 1 die betrokke mare gesien het,
you noticed the eye injury.
het die oogbesering opgemerk.
Correct, Edele.
Correct, my lord.
The scuff marks that you saw on the Wednesday,
Die skafmerk wat ek die woensdag opgemerk het.
did you see any sign of those scuff marks
En die tekens van daardie
on
skafmerk
the Monday afternoon evening?
gesien die maandagmiddag die aand.
Edele, ek kan bevestig die oog, die rooi binne die oog, Edele.
My lord, I can confirm the eye, the red in the eye,
En dan so 'n ligte rooi net hier onder die oog, Edele.
and then like a light red just below the eye, my lord.
So when you saw him on the Wednesday, you indicated it was like a healing grasper.
Daarna was die van my woensdag, het aangedui dat die van my woensdag sien, toe ek het asof het geneesende grasbeen of grasbeen.
Correct, Edele.
Correct, my lord.
So I'm going to ask you, is it possible that the underlying injury was there, but because of the eye injury being very pronounced, that you didn't really take notice of that?
Correct, Edele. En met my vorige persoonlijke ondervinding ook, Edele,
And also in my previous personal experience, my lord,
'n grasbeen teen altyd om die nekslag of 2 dae daarna uit te kom, Edele.
a grasbeen kan daar die volgende dag en dag op. Dit was geen, yes, my lord.
Thank you, Mr. Armson.
Thank you, my lord. My instructions are further from accused one that
Verder, beskikking nommer 1 is dit. Sy instructies soos volg.
he did not see yourself
Hy het nie vir u gesien nie,
in the boardroom.
in die raadsaal nie.
You did not ask him questions.
Het vir hom geen vrae gevra nie.
You didn't speak to him when he was in the boardroom.
Het met hom gepraat toe hy in die raadsaal gewees het nie.
Onmoontlik, Edele.
Impossible, my lord.
So my instructions are then, I have started saying that when accused, one was asked to say what happened.
Ek het begin deur gesê dat ek onder een gevra het as wat so gebeur het.
On the 19th, that's when the torture started.
Dit is met die 19de. Die tyd hierdie maand begin het.
When
Sorry,
you
my
were
lord,
slapped.
19th.
Mr. Officer,
Thank you, Lord.
when he was asked of what happened on the 19th,
Yes.
so the way it came out that the torture was also on the 19th, so maybe you must just be clear. That's why the prosecutor jumped up, because she wanted to
Yes.
object, but just to give you clarity on it.
Yes, I was just trying to recap. Thank you, my lord. Sergeant Fortuin, when I mentioned the 19th, what I referred to is the 19th of February 2024. When the specific member that he cannot name, I did say it, that he told him that vandag gaan hy doodgaan, and then the torture started.
To maybe, just to clarify it. So you will recall earlier Mr. Harms asked you about, he told you that it's his instructions. There was this person asking him about what happened on the 19th.
Correct, my lord.
And thereafter, I'm reading in because they didn't get a satisfactory answer from him. They told him, vandag gaan jy dood. I'm leaving out the first part of the statement.
Ek het geen kennis van dit nie.
I have no knowledge of that, my lord.
And thereafter, the torture started.
Weer eens geen kennis van dit nie.
Once again, I have no knowledge of that, my lord.
The questions went further, and that none of these questions came from yourself.
Verder, geen van die vraag kom van die af nie. Is het een van die vraag gevraagd? Nie een van die vraag die gevraagd nie.
And as I stated, accused one says you weren't there, you didn't ask him anything.
En soos ek al reeds aan u gestel het, was nie teenwoordig nie, geen van vraag gevraagd nie.
Any comment?
Dit is die kommentaar daarop.
Die edelis soos ek sê,
My lord, as I say,
ek het so net na 5, rondom 5,
on about 5 o'clock,
het ek vir die beskuldigde vir die eerste keer gesien in die Boardroom edele.
I saw the accused for the first time in the boardroom, my lord.
Soos ek sê, ek het gepraat met hom die edele, maar ek het nie
Like I said, I spoke to him, my lord, but I did not
vir hom formeel begin interview in die edele.
conduct a formal interview with him, my lord.
Ek het wel met 10 uur begin met die onderhoud die edele.
What I was, it was to start the interview, my lord,
At what time?
Rondom 10 uur die edele.
approximately 10 o'clock, my lord.
Yeah. So just to run that part off, accused one says this beating carried on until about, he can't say exactly when, but it must have been around 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock.
En dit om dat after on dit vir hierdie geslaandery voortgeweer tot met ongeveer 10 uur aan.
Onmoontlik die edele.
Impossible, my lord.
Want van 5 uur af die edele,
Because from 5 o'clock, my lord,
was ek reeds daar by Seaboorde gewees die edele.
I was already at the sea border, my lord.
En ek het vir beskuldigde 1 gesien, sowel as beskuldigde 2 edele.
I saw both the accused, 1 and 2, my lord.
And that's when you came there around about 5 o'clock, you said before 5,
Dit is dit weer aangekom met voor 5 na 5.
that you noticed his red eye.
het hierdie rooi oog opgemerk.
Die eerste keer toe ek ingaan by die Boardroom Eerland,
The first time when I entered the boardroom, my lord,
toe beskuldigde een daar was.
the time when I choose number one was the my lord.
And I just want to go through this quickly because
Ek wil vanaf hier deurgaan.
it's necessary to go through this quickly. My instructions are that when, at that time in the boardroom,
Die beskuldigde sê vir my, hierdie tyd daar in die raadsaal,
the injuries that he sustained in the position, as referred to usually as the helicopter position,
die beserings wat hy met na by die posisie wat daar eens gaan meld is.
he can't say when, but Steveno was brought into the boardroom as well.
Hy kan spesifiek sê wanneer nie, maar Stefano is ook in die raadsaal ingelei.
My instructions are then,
Verder sê hy vir my,
when Steveno was brought into the boardroom,
die tyd Stefano in die boardroom ingebring gewees het.
they took the handcuffs off accused one,
Verweer hulle die handboeie vanaf nommer 1.
they tied his hands with cable ties,
Hulle sy hande met kabels, touwtjies vastgebind.
broad cable ties. Broad,
Herhaal
broad, wye,
breed
groot,
beheer, ja,
cable ties.
cable ties.
And that's when they put the handcuffs on accused 2,
Dit is die tyd waar hulle nommer 1 handboeie aangesit het.
and they wrapped Mr. Appollis, accused 1,
Hulle het vir die Appollis nommer 1.
in a flag. They wrapped him in a flag,
Hulle het met 'n vlag toe. Met 'n vlag toegehaal.
and they, while he's inside the flag, beat him
Terwyl hy binne in hierdie vlag is.
with buttons on on his body.
Patterns.
Battens, my lord. Battens, the police battens, yeah.
Net ons slaan, oor ons liggaam.
Just give the witness an opportunity to comment if he wants.
Thank you. Any comment?
Die edele, ek het niks van dit gesien.
My lord, nothing of that I saw, no such, and I've ever seen my lord.
Vir die hele tydperk wat ek bo besie boorde was die edele.
For the law, all the time, as long as I was at the sea border, my lord.
Did you see any patterns? I take it, Mr. Adams, when you say police patterns, it's not the wooden patterns that one used to know that looks like a baseball bat. When you say police patterns, is it this black pattern that
Yes.
made of plastic?
Yes, my lord. That's my understanding from my client when he asked him, and he said, yes, it's black, the one with the
handle.
With the handle on you.
Yeah, it's called in Afrikaans a tonfa.
Ek het niks van dit gesien hier eerlik.
I did not see anything of that sort, my lord.
You know what we're referring to?
Yes, my lord.
The correct Afrikaans word for it. It's not a knippel, but a tonfa.
Correct, ja.
T-O-N-F-A. So, the people that you saw in the room, did you see, you described City of Cape Town law enforcement, detectives, crime intelligence, were there any other uniformed officials in the room?
Edele, ek kan nie sê dat dit uniform mense is in die vertrek self hier.
My lord, I cannot say that there are so many uniform members in the room itself, my lord.
Ten tye wat ek daar was eerlik.
Whilst I was there, my lord.
Did you see any of the plastic cuffs, the cable tie type handcuff?
Kyk, nee eerlik.
No, my lord.
You know what it looks like?
Ja, ek dink die breë een is die blou een eerlik.
Yes, my lord.
I saw the other day when the warrant officer came to collect the warrants from my chambers. Don't see him in the room now, I know he was busy with Miss Smith. He actually had it as part of his uniform, and it was blue.
Yes.
I just noticed it on his side.
Ja.
Thank you, Madam. My client says that it was at that stage
My cliënt sê dat dit was op daardie stadium
that he was told,
is hy toe aangesit
and he can't really clarify for me
Ek kan nie regtig met duidelikheid sê van my nie
whether he was told or whether he was asked
of hulle hom vertel het of hulle hom gevra het
by the members there in the boardroom with him
deur die lede in die raadsaal
through this process of torture,
deur hierdie marteling proses
about, they mentioned Malima. You know, and you know now, Sergeant, what the reference to Malima is. You remember the name Malima.
en nou weet nie wat hulle kan verwys voor dat hulle die naam kan
Korrek eerlik, ek onthou die naam.
correct maar hoe dat remember the name
En ek het daardie naam gekry by beskuldigde 2
and that name was given to me that I choose number 2
en ek glo ek is die eerste een wat na beskuldigde 1 toe gegaan het en die naam van hom genoem het eerlik.
and I believe that I'm the first one who went to choose number 1 and mentioned his name my lord.
You see, that is not my instructions. That is not accused one's version.
Dit is nie instructies daar, dit is nommer 1 se weergawe daar.
The other members, not you,
Die ander lede, nie u nie,
not Captain Lombard,
nie kaptein Lombard nie,
asked him about Malima
het vir hom gevra rondom Malima
and suggested
en voorgestel
that Joshlin was taken to Malima
Joshlin is toe na Malima toe geneem
and that Malima would pay 20,000 rand.
en Malima sou dit naartoe daaraan vir haar betaal.
Eerlik,
My lord, when
toe ek die 2 beskuldigdes geïnterview het eerlik,
I conducted the interview with the 2 accused,
het hulle net die naam Malima vir my genoem.
they just mentioned the name Malima to me.
Wat ek sê beskuldigde 2 het eers die naam genoem.
As I said, accused number 2 made mention of the name first.
Ek is om na beskuldigde 1 toe met die naam en het hom genoem.
I went around to accused number 1 with his name, to mention his name to him.
Hulle het net aan my aangedui dat ek vir Kelly moet vra en vir Malima sou kan help met die opsporing van Joshlin.
All they indicated to me is this, that I would ask Kelly, as well as Kelly and Malima will assist me is to locate Joshlin.
Daar was geen informasie
No information whatsoever
van 'n 20.000 rand
in relation to 20,000 rand,
of dat Malima die kind gevat het nie eerlik.
whether or not Malima would have taken the child.
Accused one's instructions are that he did indeed see you up there in the boardroom, but that was after the assault and torture.
Beskryf nommer 1 sê vir my inderdaad het die verwittig is na die marteling.
He can unfortunately not say what time it was.
Ongelukkig kan ek nie sê hoe laat dit sou gewees het nie.
Die eerlik soos ek weer sê,
What my lord, once again I say,
die eerste keer wat ek kontak gemaak het met beskuldigde 1
the first time I made contact with accused number 1
was rondom 5 uur gewees eerlik.
was approximately 5 o'clock, my lord.
Your evidence yesterday was also that now when the story, the information as you put it,
Die getuienis gister is ons voor toe hierdie storie soos wat jy dit om eie woord te gebruik.
was obtained in your evidence, obtained from accused 1 and 2, and as you said, from accused 2 first.
En die getuienis die te kom daar in ligte vanaf nommer 1 en gesê nommer 3 is.
There were a lot of interaction, talking.
Daar was baie interaksie, daar was baie gesprekke.
In relation to Malima.
Rakende Malima, of aangaande Malima.
Eerlijk kan je onthou dat ek so gesê het nie, eerlik.
My lord, I do not remember saying that, my lord.
I don't think you used the words lots of talking. What the witness explained was the Malima, the mention of Malima, and the description of the address. Just after he said to him that if there's anything else, that's when accused number 2 mentioned Malima. Also mentioned that they must ask Kelly and Malima. Then that's when he asked for Lombard to be called. Then they went to Buddha. I'm paraphrasing, I'm not reading my full notes. Asked him about Malima, and he noticed he looked worried. Then he relayed the information that Steveno mentioned Malima. Your client then said he knows the name, and he knows where she lives. Him and Lombard then went outside, and so it went on. So I don't get the reference where he says there was a lot said, because that then leads to them having to repeat to Lombard, to tell Lombard what they told him. That's when the description of the directions to the house came from. And that was about 11 o'clock.
Thank you, Bruno. I want to, Sergeant, go to that part of your evidence where the State Prosecutor asked you what time was this, and that she referred to.
gedeelte van die getuienis waar stadsadvokaat vir ons ook gevra het. Iets van hoe laat.
This is now when they decided, or Lombard said they must go to the property,
Go to
Malima's property.
correct, my lord. Yes. Correct.
That's the portion I've just referred to.
Yes. Yes.
Kapten Lombard voorgesteld dat het van iemand een bezoekje gedaan bij de Malima's woning.
You were asked by the prosecutor, what time was this?
Die stadsadvokaat het vir my gevra hoe laat so dit sou wees.
And your evidence, I have it,
En ek is in besit van die getuienis.
you said voor 11 uur gewees.
Die daarop gaan word neergesit voor jou antwoord. Was it I saying that before you David?
My note doesn't say before, it says almost about.
Almost.
Oh, it's yeah.
Close enough, 11 o'clock.
It's 6 of the one and half a dozen of the other. So it's a guess that it was almost about, could be shortly before 11. Is it?
Korrigeer.
Yes, my lord. Later on, your lordship asked him what's the time, and he said almost 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yes.
The word almost appeared there. Mr. Haramsa, the way I take my notes is sometimes I go back to a previous paragraph. So that's why I've got both almost and about written next to each other. And I can see the L and I can see the B in my notes.
Thank you, my lord. My question that I wanted to ask you, Sergeant Fortuin,
Die vraag wat ek as wil vra,
from in your evidence,
want uit die getuienis,
when the state asked you what time was this, and you said it's, as I've written, for 11 uur, but around 11 o'clock.
hoe laat dit gewees het. Het gesê ongeveer op bijna 11 uur of ongeveer, ja.
You said at that time that you explained accused one's rights to him.
Die antwoord daarop is dat die beskikbaar een sy regte aan hom voorgehou.
You remember that?
Verdediglik.
Ek het sy regte voorgehou aan hom voor Kapten Lombard.
I explained my right to right in the presence of Captain Lombard, my lord.
Voor Kapten Lombard daar gekom het.
Before Captain Lombard arrived, sorry. Before Captain Lombard arrived.
Then after you had explained his rights to him in Afrikaans,
En nadat hy sy regte aan hom in Afrikaans voorgehou het,
you said he understood.
sê hy dat hy dit verstaan.
Korrigeer.
Correct, my lord.
Now, accused one says you did not explain any rights to him. He wasn't under arrest and you didn't explain any rights to him.
Verdediglik. Nog eens sy vrou het geen regte aan hom verdediglik nie. Hy was nog nie aangekeer nie, hy was nog nie gearresteer nie, geen regte aan hom voorgehou nie.
Edele, hy was nie gearresteer nie,
My lord, he was not arrested.
maar ek het hom gesê om sy regte verduidelik,
However, I explained his rights to him,
sodat as hy homself inkrimineer in enige misdrijf,
so that in case he incriminates himself in any offense,
hy dan nie kan sê dat hy was nie ingelig van sy regte nie, edele.
then he cannot turn around and say that he was never informed of his rights.
I understand what you are explaining, Sergeant. What I'm saying to you is that accused one says you did not explain his rights to him.
Ek is not wat hy sê, Susan, maar wat ek heb gesê dat nummer 1 sê vir my nie vir hom sy regte voorgelees nie.
Die raadbaar en ek sê, ek het sy regte vir hom voorgelees.
My lord, I maintain I read his rights to him.
I put you as well. Your evidence where you told this court
Die getuienis rakende dit wat jy aan die hof voorgedra het.
that you said you went out of the office
Die sê vir hom, het die kantoor uitgestap.
and then I couldn't get everything, but you refer to Captain Lombard.
Ek kon nie alles kry nie, maar ek verwys na Kaptein Lombard.
Then your evidence led that you went tussenin,
En dan het u gelede sê dat u was
in between.
tussen en net, you were in between.
You went to Buta, to accused one.
Tussen en gaat u na Buta, dat is nommer 1.
Eerlik kan die verdediging net meer spesifiek wees op watter tyd hulle van praat hier.
My lord, if the defense can be more specific as to the time that they referring to, my lord,
11 o'clock. Sergeant.
elke
This was happening after 11 o'clock, or if it was just before 11 o'clock.
keer net so na 11 gebeur en nie net voor 11 so gewees het.
Na 11 eerlik, is ons op pad na Malima se huis toe eerlik.
After 11, my lord, we were on our way to Makalima's residence, my lord.
You see,
Mr. Armstead, you gave him a sequence.
yeah.
So he goes to Steveno. Steveno mentions Malima, then goes to Buddha and confronts him with that. Then he asks for Lombard to be called. I'm skipping a few things. He tells Lombard about that, what had happened now. He then says, he informs your client of his rights. Then he came back with the same version of he must ask Kelly and Malima. They then went to accused number 2. That's when Lombard cautioned accused number 2 of his rights. So, and then of course after this whole question about Malima, who is Malima, do you know where she lives?
Yeah.
That brings us to about 11 o'clock, or almost about 11 o'clock.
My lord, the
And
way,
then they left.
my lord, the way I understood his evidence is why I started with a question that the state had asked him. What time was this? Is when they were talking about accused 2 in the office, and that Sergeant Fortuin would go back to Buddha, or accused 1.
The time that was mentioned, Mr. Armse, that I have, was after the explanation of the address was given. The tar road, first gravel road, left, Makalima's place is the last house on the left. I recall I asked whether it was on the corner or the last house, whether I understood the question. And then he said, Lombard then said they must go to the property, and then it was almost about 11 o'clock. That's how I have it.
My lord, I will leave it there. I will then move on up to, as your lordship has now referred to, the explanation of the address of Malima. Sergeant Fortuin, you know where we are now. You've given evidence that you, after hearing the evidence or the information regarding Malima, and then your evidence is I've got an Afrikaans here that you say we asked where Malima lives, stays. You remember doing that?
Correct, eerlik.
Then your evidence leads that you said he then explained.
En die getuienis sê dat hy dat net toe verduidelik.
And Then you gave evidence rechts, middelpos, teerpad,
Getuig regs, middelpos,
tar road.
teerpad.
You remember that evidence?
Onthou jy daai getuienis?
Korrek eerlik?
Korrek, maar ook.
Then His Lordship explained that or mentioned to you that we were there with the inspection in local.
En dan het hy dat nie verwelig dat die hofbaas wel daar gaan is tydens die inspeksie te plaas aan.
Korrek eerlik?
Korrek, maar ook.
And then your evidence leads that you drove. Everybody got together.
En dit is die getuienis dat almal by mekaar gekom, toe gery of bestuur.
In the FCS parking area, remember?
Korrek eerlik?
And then you said you drove there as accused one had explained.
En die sê toe dat die gery soos wat nommer 1 het verduidelik het.
Correct?
Korrek eerlik?
Korrek, maar ook.
That there were a lot of vehicles.
Korrek eerlik?
That there were a lot of vehicles.
Or there was a lot of vehicles.
Korrek eerlik?
Korrek, maar ook.
Now, accused one's instructions are
Nou, beskik nommer 1 staat vir my.
that he was asked, as you said, about Malima,
Soos wat die getuig het, sê nommer 1 vir my dat hy oor Malima gevra.
that he in fact agreed and he was asked, go and show us where Malima's house is. That night,
En de waarheid was hy gevra oor Malima en hy so versoek om dan te gaan uitwys waar Malima woon.
Die edele het aangedui dat hy bereid is om uit te wys, maar dit het nie daai tyd gebeur nie, edele.
Maar he indicated that he was prepared to go and point it out, but it did not happen at the time alone.
Omdat ons verstaan het hoe hy verduidelik het en
Because we understood how he explained it alone,
die area bietjie geken het, edele.
and we knew the area a little bit.
En dit was nie moeilik om die plek te kry nie, edele.
It was not difficult to locate the place Malone.
Het ons nie die beskuldigde saamgevat nie, edele.
Therefore, it was not necessary to take the accused along Malone.
accused one's instructions are specifically.
Beskryf nommer 1 sê instruksies is spesifiek.
He travelled in your polo.
Hy was in die polo gedrewe,
He sat at the left back seat.
links agter op die sitplek.
You were driving.
Hy was die bestuurder.
There was somebody sitting on your left.
Daar was nog 'n persoon sittend langs die links.
And next to accused one on the right-hand side at the back
Langs met nommer 1
was a woman with white grey hair
was 'n dame met wat grisige hare.
and accused one was cuffed.
En beskryf nommer 1 is toe gaan mooi.
He was left in the car when you came to Makalima's house.
Hy is toe daar in die voertuig verlaat.
And he said this took a long time.
Dis 2 kilometers.
This took a long time.
Dit het lang geneem. Jammer.
Just giving
Any
an
comment?
opportunity to comment.
Any comment?
Wat is die kommentaar daarop? Dit is dit het lang geduur. Wat is die kommentaar daarop?
No, it's a comment on the whole narrative. That he was in the vehicle with the witness. It was a white polo. He was seated left back. There was another passenger left front. There was another passenger right back with white grey hair. He was handcuffed. When they got to the place, he was left in the car. And it took a long time. So it's about 10 questions or statements all stitched into one.
But I take it you could follow.
Correct, eerlijk.
Correct, my lord.
Eerlijk, correct. Ik heb wat Paulo gereden, eerlijk.
My lord, that is correct. I drove the white polo.
Tweedens, ik heb naar Makalima's huis toe gereden, eerlijk.
I drove to Makalima's residence, my lord.
Die beschuldigde was nie in my voertuig gewees, eerlijk.
The accused was not in my vehicle, my lord.
Daar was net één persoon saam met my in die voertuig gewees, eerlijk.
Only one person was with me in the vehicle, my lord.
Wat links voorgesit het, eerlijk.
Who sat left to me, was left next to me, my lord.
Accused one then says further,
Misschien nog eens verder.
getting back to Seaborder
Terug naar de Seaborder toe.
in your car,
En die voertuig.
he was fetched from your vehicle and taken to the boardroom where Makalima was.
Hij is vanuit die voertuig geneem naar die raadzaal toe geneem waar Makalima geweest
Any
is.
comment about that?
Wat zei daar?
Weer eens, eerlijk, die beschuldigde was nie in my voertuig gewees nie.
Once again, my lord, the accused was never in my vehicle.
Okay, you've said that. Now, your comment on the fact that Makalima was taken back to Seaborder?
Ik heb reeds daarop gereageerd, wat een feit dat Makalima naar de Seaborder toe geneem was.
Correct, ons het vir Makalima Seaborder toe gebring, eerlijk.
Correct, we took Makalima to Seaborder, my lord.
Sy het ook nie met my kar gery nie, eerlijk. Sy het ook nie met my kar gery nie, eerlijk.
She was also not driving in my vehicle, my lord.
Yes, yeah. No, accused one doesn't say she was driving in your vehicle.
That is not what accused number one says as well.
Accused one is just saying that he knows that Makalima was taken back there.
All he says that he knows that Makalima was taken back there.
Do you confirm that?
Wat sê jy daar?
That Makalima was taken back there?
Wat sê jy dat Makalima teruggeneem is na die Seaborder toe?
Correct, eerlijk.
Correct, my lord.
And her husband?
Correct, eerlijk.
And her two kids?
En die kinderen was kinders ook.
Correct, eerlijk.
There's a question that remained unanswered because again it was hidden in another question, and the statement is that when accused number one was fetched from your vehicle, now you've answered that he was never in your vehicle, but he was then taken to the boardroom where Makalima was.
Eerlijk, soos ek vroeger getuig het,
My lord, as I testified earlier on,
toe ons gestop het na Makalima se huis by die Seaborder, by FCS parking Seaborder,
when we stopped at FCS parking, my lord, Seaborder,
as ek nie dadelik op Boardroom toe nie, eerlik.
I did not immediately proceed to the Boardroom, my lord.
Ek het net agterna gesien dat beskuldigde een na 'n ander kantoor geneem is
Only afterwards I noticed that accused number one was taken to another office
en Makalima was in die Boardroom nie, eerlik.
and Makalima was in the Boardroom, my lord.
And your comment as to accused one's instructions that he was taken to the boardroom where Makalima was.
En wat is die kommentaar op die feit dat die besluit sê dat hy is geneem na dieselfde raadsaal waar Makalima so gewees het. Wat sê jy daarop?
Eerlik, soos ek nou net geantwoord het,
My lord, dit was ons na.
ek is nie dadelik op Boardroom toe nie.
I did not proceed to the Boardroom immediately.
So ek het nie gesien waar die beskuldigde een eers geneem word nie. Of wanneer hy die Boardroom gehaal het, want volgens my kennis het ons hom gelos daai eerlik.
I choose what taken to. According to me, we left him there, my lord.
You see, my instructions from accused one is then they took him there to the boardroom.
Nommer 1 sê van dit om na die raadsaal te gaan neem.
And he was informed, he can't remember who took him, who it was, can't say, doesn't know the people, but he was informed
Hy onthou nie wie van gaan neem. Ek ken die mense nie, maar hy was toe ingelig.
and instructed
En hy sê vir my,
to tell Malima that the child, Joshlin, was taken to her by him.
Hy sê vir Malima dat die kindjie Joshlin is hier om na haar toe gaan neem.
Die edele, weer eens,
My Lord, once again,
volgens my kennis,
according to my knowledge,
was beskuldigde een gelos in die boardroom edele toe ons Malima se huis gaan doen met edele.
the accused was lost, was left in the bedroom when we went to Malima's house. In the boardroom.
Toe ons terugkom die edele, is ek nie dadelik op boardroom toe nie edele.
Upon our return, my Lord, I did not immediately go to the boardroom.
When I went to the boardroom, toe ek boardroom toe is edele,
When I went to the boardroom, my Lord,
het ek gesien dat Malima in die boardroom is edele,
I noticed that Malima was in the boardroom, my Lord,
en dat beskuldigde een nie meer in die boardroom is edele.
and accused number one was no longer in the boardroom, my Lord.
That is correct. That is correct. When Malima was in the boardroom, accused one was not in the boardroom.
Dit is reg, Malima was in the raadzaal en the accused was not there.
What accused one is saying
So again said from me,
is after Malima was in the boardroom, he was taken there. He was taken to the boardroom.
hy is na die boardroom toe gaan neem.
Ek het dit nooit sien gebeur hier edele, want soos ek getuig het,
I did not see that happening, my Lord. As I testified,
dit was nie lank naas daar aangekom het nie.
that was not long after I arrived there.
Toe ek boardroom toe gegaan het,
When I went to the boardroom,
en soos ek wou ingaan in die boardroom edele,
as I wanted to enter the boardroom, my Lord,
het ek gesien kaptein Lombard is daar,
I noticed Captain Lombard was there
en twee African vrouwelede edele.
and two African female members, my Lord.
Ek het nie vir beskuldigde een daar gesien nie,
I did not see that choose number one there.
ek het op wel na ander kantoor gesien edele.
I well in the office.
So let me just put to you
Kom ek stel dit aan u.
what my instructions are, what accused one saw when he was taken to the boardroom where Malima was.
Rondom die persoon te sê dat toe hy na die raadsaal toe gaan met waar Malima so gewees het.
He says there were quite a few people.
Etlike mense,
Any comment on that?
redelik etlike mense en kom ek daarna.
Ek het dit nie gesien nie edele, ek het nie gesien dat beskuldigde een in die boardroom gaan terwyl Malima daar was nie.
I did not see that, my Lord, I did not see that the accused was in the boardroom whilst Malima was in the boardroom, my Lord.
Accused one saw female officers there, or females that he can't recall if they had police uniform on or not, but he was under impression as police females.
Hy het gesien vrouwelijke beamtes daar, hy neem aan dat dit was die politie, die beamtes daar die aanhoewel hulle nie in die uniform gaan. En alles
When he went to the boardroom,
toe hy die boardroom ingaan,
he saw a few people in the boardroom.
sien hy paar mense daar in die raadsaal,
You with me?
is hy by my, met my.
And then he also saw some females,
Hy het ook nog 'n paar
vrouwen.
vrouwelijke persone daar.
And that, sorry?
Edele,
Maar
as ek die eerste keer wat Mr. Armse gepraat het,
en hy spot toe Mr. Armse vir 'n first time.
gehoor het dat voor die talk begin talk het,
En before the interpreter,
het Mr. Armse gesê dat sy klem kan nie onthou of die lede in uniform was of nie in uniform was nie.
hy het daarom gesê dat die client has not remember if these members were in uniform or not in uniform.
Eerlik, ek dink iets soos uniform en gewone klere sal definitief uitstaan in jou geheue bly eerlik.
My Lord, I think something like a uniform in a civilian clothing or private clothing will stand out and will remain in your memory, my Lord.
Want dis nie 'n beskrywing van klere nie, dis 'n uniform teen soveel drag eerlik.
Because it's not a description of the color, it's a description of the civilian versus the uniform, my Lord.
His instructions are that these
Hy sê
women,
vir my,
these women
Hierdie dames
were beating Malima, were beating, hitting her, assaulting her. These women were assaulting Malima.
Malima aangerand.
Weet jy dat Malima aangerand was?
Weet jy of do you know whether Malima was assaulted?
Heerlijk, ik heb geen aanraking gezien toen ik daar was bij de seaboard in Heerlijk.
Hij was niet assault. Was seaboard in Malima.
Accused one also says he could see Malima was cuffed, handcuffed.
Nummer 1 sê ek het opgemerk dat Malima een handboeie geweest.
Any comment?
Ik kan niet zeggen dat ik gezien heb dat zijn handboeien is niet Heerlijk.
Hij zei whether or not the sweats was handcuffed Malima.
And as I've already stated, I'm just doing it now bit by bit.
Zoals ik al reeds aan u voorgedragen heb, ik doe het nou.
Accused one was instructed to say to him in her face that he took the child to her, Joshlin to her, that he did take the child to her.
Hoi, ik zal het zeggen dat hij wel van elkaar die wacht dat hij die kind naar haar toe gaan nemen.
Nee, Heerlijk, daar was geen tijdperk wat ik daar was, waar de beschuldigde één bij Malima geweest is, niet Heerlijk.
No, my lord, at no stage was the accused. Malima was the my lord.
I just want to confirm the question. Your instruction that he in fact told Malima that he took the child to her because that's what he was instructed to say.
He was instructed to do that, and he had to say that, and he did say that.
Heerlijk, zoals ik zei, ik heb nergens gezien dat de beschuldigde bij Malima geweest is, niet Heerlijk.
My lord, as I see, nowhere did I see that the Jews was at Malima, my lord.
Let me proceed. Then, accused one's instructions are they took him
Maar eens het vermelden om hulle neem toe vir hom,
to Kelly,
na Kelly toe,
accused 3,
besluit nog 3,
at FCS.
FCS toe.
Do you know about that?
Het is daarvan was.
Correct, dus na die onderhouden Heerlijk.
Dat is correct, my lord. Dat was offering interviews, my lord.
Dus die ochtendieren Heerlijk.
Morning hours, my lord.
And you confirm that this was after Malima had been brought to Seaborder.
En die bevestigt dat is nadat Malima na Seaborder toe gebring gewees het.
Correct, Heerlijk.
Correct, my lord.
Accused one's instructions that he was again instructed, told,
Besluit nog eens van my dat hy was weer eens dat hy moet vir besluit 3 sê.
he had to tell her that she sent him
Hy moes vir haar gesê dat sy het vir hom gestuur.
to Malima with Joshlin.
Sy het vir hom na Malima toe gestuur met Joshlin.
Daar was niks van zoiets in met teenwoordigheid aan beschuldigde een gesê nie Heerlijk.
No such was said. But I choose number 1 in my presence, my lord.
Accused instructions is that at that time
Hy sê van my op daardie stadium,
he was instructed to say to Kelly
was hy vertel om vir Kelly te sê,
that Malima would pay her 20,000 rand, or that Malima would have then paid her 20,000 rand for Joshlin.
dat Malima so vir haar dan 20,000 betaal het.
Heerlijk, ik heb nergens gehoord dat enige een voor die beschuldigde zo gesê het nie Heerlijk.
My lord, nowhere anyone tells the accused such, my lord.
Wat ik wel gehoord het die beschuldigde sê aan beschuldigde 3 Heerlijk.
But I know what the accused number 1 would have told the accused number 3, my lord.
Na beschuldigde 3 aan hom gevra het, hoekom doen jy dit aan my?
After the accused number 3 asked him, why are you doing that to me?
En hy gesê, Kelly, jy het dit mos gedoen?
He responded by saying that Kelly, you did it.
Vertel vir die polisie die waarheid.
Tell the police the truth.
accused one's instructions is that accused 3 was very upset, and that as he recalls, she said she cannot believe that he is doing this, and she cried.
Die gedeelte waar hy sê dat sy het gesê, "Puta, ek glo nie jy doen dit aan my nie." Dat kan ek bevestig eerlik. Maar ek kan ook sê dat die beskuldigde het teruggepraat na toe eerlik. Soos ek nou genoem het vir die hof eerlik. Maar beskuldigde 3 het nie gehuil nie eerlik. Sy het begin raas eerlik en 'n broer geraak. En dis wanneer kaptein Lombard gesê het beskuldigdes moet die verskillende karre toegeneem word eerlik.
That is indeed so. Accused one's instructions are after that. How long afterwards, he can't say whether it's 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, but shortly thereafter, he was put in the car where he was left until he was arrested.
Soos ek gesê het eerlik, toe die beskuldigdes na die verskillende voertuie gevat was, het ek nie weer kontak met hulle gehad nie eerlik. Vir daardie oggend.
Were you present when accused 1 was taken to Kelly? Accused 3?
Hy was nie na Kelly toegeneem nie eerlik, hy was af na FCS kantore toegeneem. Die instruksie van kaptein Lombard af was dat ons die beskuldigdes moet afbring FCS kantore toe. Op daardie stadium het ek nie geweet waar Kelly is nie eerlik. En daar was nooit 'n instruksie gegee om vir die beskuldigde na Kelly toe te bring nie eerlik. Maar ek was by gewees eerlik. En soos ek sê, ek het so 3 meter agter hulle geloop eerlik. Meters. So ek kan bevestig, hulle is afgeneem FCS kantore toe eerlik.
And you can confirm, you should be able to, that the episode at Makalima's house took about 3 hours.
Ongeveer eerlik.
Approximately, my lord.
See Captain Lombard's evidence was, and I'm going to translate it in English, we then questioned the woman, and that's now reference to Makalima. There in the boardroom, and accused 1 or Buddha, whatever you refer to, was in another was put in another office.
En besluit nommer 1 ook bekend as Boeta is aan 'n ander kantoor gehou.
In another word, he didn't complete the sentence. Was put in another
Office.
office. Yes, what's the question?
Do you know about that?
Dit is die lys daarvan, staan dit.
Dus wat ek gesê het eerlik, toe ek by die boardroom kom, toe was Malima daar eerlik,
Wat gesê, maar upon my arrival at the boardroom, Malima was there no more,
en Boeta was na 'n ander kantoor toe gevat eerlik.
and Boeta was taken to another office, my lord.
Just so that there's no misunderstanding, when you got to the boardroom, was Boeta taken to another office at that stage, or was he already in another office?
Hy was klaar weggeneem na 'n ander kantoor toe eerlik.
He was already taken away to another office, my lord.
Yes, thank you.
I'm just trying to finish off my lord. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Ms. Goodbye. We need to adjust the microphone.
Good afternoon, Mr. Fortuin.
Goeiemôre eerlik.
Good morning.
It's 11:30. It feels like an afternoon already. Yes, thank you.
Sergeant Fortuin, I am Ms. Nkabari and I represent Mr. Van Rhyn in this matter.
Ek is hier van Kabay en ek verdedig en ek van Rhyn in die saak.
Verstaan eerlik.
Alles nie, my lord.
Mr. Van Rhyn instructs me that
Meneer van Rhyn sê vir my,
he suffered police brutality during the interviews.
polisie breeddadigheid gelei tydens die onderhouding.
What is your comment to this?
Wat is die kommentaar daarop?
Eerlik,
My lord,
ek was in charge van die onderhoude gewees
I was in charge of these interviews, my lord,
en daar het niks aanranding gebeur terwyl ek daar was nie eerlik.
and no assault had ever taken place whilst I was present there, my lord.
The following question is general. It's not specific to the specific interview you conducted with my client. It's a general question.
Dis 'n algemene vraag, dit hou nie verband met onderhoud wat in die beskikking is gehou het nie. Dit is net 'n algemene vraag.
What will be the effective strategies to prevent police brutality?
This is a general question.
Dit is een algemene vraag. Wat zou die werkende strategie die politie ten einde politierechtvaardigheid te voorkomen?
Eerlijk, ik zal zeggen, dat hangt van persoon tot persoon af eerlijk.
My Lord, I will say that it differs from one person to another.
En dat hangt van jou als persoon af.
It also depends on you as an individual, my Lord.
Wat jou morele waardes is eerlijk.
Your moral worthiness, my Lord.
Ik is nog nooit een persoon geweest
I was never a person
om te geloven dat mensen aangerand moet worden om resultaten te krijgen eerlijk.
to believe that individuals ought to be assaulted in order to get results.
Ik geloof in die saying,
I believe in the saying
the pen is mightier than the sword eerlijk.
that the pen is meer krachtiger as the sword.
I didn't hear the last part.
Dus, zeg het Engels.
The pen is mightier than the sword.
The pen is mightier than the sword.
Oh,
Is the saying.
I like that.
Ik hoor daarvan.
You gave your evidence in chief yesterday. Yesterday, the date was the 7th.
Gister was de 7e.
7th of April 2024.
Gister was de 7e April
2025.
En dit is die dag waar een giddings in hof geleden.
Correct eerlijk.
Correct.
Now, after listening to your evidence,
No.
my client instructs me that you didn't tell the court the truth. Now, here is the question. This is the
No.
question now.
Nadat die getuige net die mensen verweer die voor de waarheid vertellen, die volgende vraag daarop is zo stoot.
Was this your first time for you to give a false testimony?
No, Ms. Kabai, the question is not allowed, and you know why. I take it you asked the tongue-in-cheek. You know what it reminds me of, Ms. Kabai? For those of us that have been around the block long enough, there was a time when very few accused persons were legally represented. And the moment the accused would come with that question, because it was always a question asked by somebody who was streetwise as an accused person, and we would often find that those were the people that were in prison uniform, the accused. That's just on a lighter note, because yes, it's not for him to decide whether the evidence is the truth. That I will make that decision. But you also know that, and I know you knew when you asked the question that
Yes, I did, my lord.
it was inadmissible.
Thank you. Mr. Fortuin,
Ms. Nkabai, just on a lighter note, seeing that we are on a lighter note. So the question was posed differently, historically. And I'm going to put it in English and then I'm going to say it in Afrikaans the way it was used to be said in courts. Some of the journalists that might have been around for many, many years might remember it. So the witness, the accused representing himself would normally say to the police officer or to the eyewitness, "Sir, is this the first time that you put to the court the opposite of the truth?" Is dit die eerste maal wat jy vir die hof die teenoorgestelde van die waarheid vertel? And then of course everybody would giggle and all the practitioners in court will know dis 'n ou kaland. Yes, thank you.
thank you, my lord. Sergeant Fortuin,
Sambutan,
was this the first time you conducted an interview?
as die eerste keer wat ek onderhoud gehou.
Nee, eerlik.
Nou maar nou.
More or less, and before the interview of my client on the 4th of March 2024, how many interviews have you conducted?
Nog meer alvorens die onderhoud met die cliënt gehou het maar veel onderhoud vertel en daai die al reeds gehou.
Just one moment. Is the roof leaking somewhere in that area? Maybe if the accused can move. Mr. Steveno, do you think your client knew it was going to rain today? Because I see they've placed the bucket exactly where she used to sit. Yes, Mr. Better now? Dry where you are. Thank you.
Eerlik, ek is vir meer as 11 jaar speler
Maar nou aan nou more than 11 years as a detective
en dit is onmoontlik vir my om te sê hoeveel interviews ek gehou het in 11 jaar hier.
and it's impossible for me to tell how many interviews I held in 11 years alone.
Een van die primêre funksie as 'n speler eerlik
One of the primary tasks of the detective alone
is om onderhoude te hou eerlik.
is to conduct interviews alone.
So you are implying that within these 11 years, you cannot assume more or less how many interviews you've conducted.
En we zien dat every 11 jaar ik kan niet aanname hoeveel onderhoud is gehouden.
Ek kan net sê dis 'n klompie eerlik.
All I can say is a lot of
Would you say hundreds, thousands over the 11 years as a detective?
en die 11 jaar speler.
Eerlik, dis baie moeilik om te sê, maar ek sal sê honderde wat jy voer nie net onderhoude met suspects nie, maar ook met victims, met getuies. So as jy verklaring bekom,
My lord, I would say hundreds. Because you only conduct interviews with suspects, conduct interviews with victims, with so when you conduct an interview,
so as jy 'n verklaring bekom, voer jy eintlik 'n interview eerlik. As jy 'n verklaring bekom, voer jy 'n onderhoud eerlik.
when you take a statement, you conduct an interview, my lord.
Would you proudly say that in those hundreds interviews you've conducted,
So
the
truth says that every onderhoud wat jy gehou,
the pattern will more or less be the same as the pattern you used when you were interviewing my client?
die patroon is meer of hetzelfde as die patroon wat jy gebruik het toe jy met die cliënte werk.
Nee eerlik.
Nou, my lord,
What
Elke situasie is verskillend eerlik.
every situation differ, my lord,
Afhangend van die situasie,
depending on the situation,
so sal ek bepaal hoe ek my onderhoud sal voer eerlik. So sal ek bepaal hoe ek my onderhoud gaan voer
that
eerlik.
is how I will determine how I will conduct this interview, my lord.
My client was interviewed by Sergeant Milstein on the 20th of February 2024. Were you aware of this?
Just one moment. Is the date correct? The date that I have was, I think it was the 22nd of February. Are you referring to the incident at his house?
Yes, my lord.
It was the 22nd
That's the date as I have it. And then on the 29th, Sergeant Milstein had to address the people outside, and that's why the colleague took the statement. So I have it as the 22nd from his evidence. Does any of the council have an independent recollection?
I agree with the court, my lord. I agree with the court.
And the reason why it couldn't have been on the 20th was, remember, they were at the house till late. And they only heard from Laurentia about him. They didn't have an address. Then when they eventually got to him was the day that Milstein, your client, was speaking. That's my recollection of the evidence. He was talking to other people and he came up with the proposition about Ayanda and so forth, but Milstein was under the impression that your client was high, so he left him. Which was most probably true in his condition,
In the context of the
this
circumstances.
case. Yeah.
Thank you, my lord. Sergeant Fortuin, were you aware or was it brought to attention that on the 22nd of February 2024, Sergeant Milstein interviewed my client?
Sergeant Fortuin was daarvan bewus geweest dat op die 22 Februarie Sergeant Milstein 'n onderhoud met my cliënt gehou het.
Nee, was nie bewus nie, eerlik.
No, was not aware, my lord.
You testify that Mr. Lombard was having statement of my client.
Dit is die getuienis dat meneer Lombard in besit van my cliënt se verklaring gewees het.
Korrek, eerlik.
Correct, my lord.
Did you have an opportunity to peruse the statement of my client that Mr. Lombard had on the 4th of March 2024?
Het jy 'n kans gehad om my cliënt se verklaring te bepeins? Die verklaring wat in besit van kaptein Lombard gewees het?
Nee, eerlik, soos ek gesê het, kaptein Lombard het net vir ons van die inhoud saam met ons gedeel, eerlik.
No, my lord, as I testify that all Captain Lombard did was to share the content with us, my lord.
I put to you that on that statement, my client's physical address is written.
Ek stel dit aan u, Susan, dat bevattend in haar verklaring is my cliënt se huisadres of woonadres.
Would you dispute this? Can you dispute that?
Kan jy dit betwis?
Nee, eerlik, dit is gewoonlik maar so dat die adres van 'n persoon op 'n verklaring kom, eerlik.
No, my lord, I won't, because normally the statement will contain the address of the accused.
Okay. Now, my question is, why in your operation you decided to call my client into sea border offices other than going to his place and interview him?
Nou, my vraag aan u is dat nou, hoekom het julle dan nou, sorry, so vir u antwoord, herhaal asseblief, repeat please.
Why in their operation
Hoekom?
they decided or elected to call my client to come into the sea border offices other than going to his place and interview him?
My vraag aan u is dat nou, hoekom dan as deel van u werksamehede, hoekom nooi julle my cliënt na die seaborder kantore toe en steede daarvan om sy woonadres op besoekie af te lê? Eenvoudig na sy woonadres toe te gaan.
Eerlik, soos ek gesê het,
My lord, as I said,
Toe ek by Seaborder kom eerlik,
Upon my arrival at the sea border,
toe was beskuldigde 2 dae gewees.
accused number 2 was already there.
Ek weet nie wie hom ingebring het nie eerlik.
I do not know who brought him in, my lord.
All right, I'm going to take a short adjournment. Seems to me Mr. Steveno has something in common with his client. Mr. Waters also dripping on him. It's raining heavily outside, so I'm going to take a short adjournment. Let's make it 15 minutes, because we might have to rearrange some of the chairs and the tables. It's 11:48, so let's make it till 10 past. Let's make it a little bit longer, Mr. Aramsa. So it's 22 minutes till 10 past 12. If they need slightly longer to do the shifting of the tables and so forth, just let me know, and I'll delay slightly longer, but preferably 10 past 12, court adjourned. Yes, thank you. The witness is still under oath. Ms. Mkabayi, you may proceed.
Verstaan eerlijk.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, my lord. Mr. Sergeant Fortuin, therefore, it is your evidence that you don't have or you don't know the reasons behind my client being interviewed at the sea border offices other than in his place.
Derhalve is dit u getuienis dat u weet wat is die rede hoekom dan die onderhoud met my cliënt die sea border gehou gesit en nie by sy woning nie. Ek het dit verklaar.
That was not the witness's evidence. He was asked, why did you decide to call him
Sea border instead of going to his home, and the reply was, as I said, upon my arrival, Steveno was already there. I do not know who brought him in.
Objection is overruled. You do not know. Let me just give context. Right? So when we look at the statement of the 29th, that was a statement taken by Constable Segobe, FCS, still part of the inquiry. You with me? Now, the context is further that at this stage of the investigation and or the inquiry, Mr. Van Rhyn was still a witness and a potential person of interest.
Verstaan eerlijk?
I understand, my lord.
Now, the point that Mr. Mkabayi makes in that statement, it's Exhibit B. His address is given as 8 Arden Street, Deersville.
Correct eerlijk?
Correct, my lord.
Now, obviously the police have a choice. It's a witness, person of interest, not yet a full suspect. You can interview him, you can call him to the police station, you can go to his house, you have his address.
Correct eerlijk?
Correct, my lord.
So it's in that context that the question is asked.
Verstaan eerlijk? Eerlijk, Kaptein Lombard het die besluit gemaakt.
My lord, Captain Lombard made a decision,
En ek dink op daardie stadium
and I think at that stage,
het dit meer logistiek
logistic,
Ik kan nie Engels woord gebruik.
logistically
yeah,
meer sin gemaak eerlik
it made more sense, my lord,
om vir hulle almal na een plek toe te bring eerlik.
to get them all together at the one place, my lord.
Anders moet ons die span opgebreek het eerlik.
Otherwise, our team would have been divided, my lord,
Om dan elkeen by sy eie plek te gaan ondervraag eerlik.
by interrogating each one of them by their different places, yeah.
Bygesê eerlik,
Added to that, my lord,
die polisie het ook 'n keuse waar hulle interviewe wil doen eerlik. Daar is nie spesifiek dat dit by iemand se huis moet gedoen word nie eerlik.
it is the police's choice, my lord, to conduct the interviews wherever they wish to do so. There is no specific regulations that regulate the police to go and keep interviews at individuals' houses, my lord. There's no such. Police can decide on their own way to conduct these interviews, my lord.
Thank you. On that choice and on that choice alone,
Baie dankie op daardie keuse en daardie keuse alleen.
why did you choose to interview my client at Sea Border Office?
Hoekom het hulle verkies om my kliënt se onderhoud te sea border te hou?
Eerlik soos ek gesê het, dit was Kaptein Lombard se keuse.
My lord, as I just said, now it was Captain Lombard's choice.
Ek het net verduidelik wat vir my sin maak eerlik.
I just explained what is most sensible to me, my lord.
So you cannot tell this court the reasons behind that choice.
Daarvoor ek kan nie hierdie hof redes verskaf rondom hierdie keuse nie.
Soos ek weer sal sê, dit
Once again, I'll say, my lord,
dit was kaptein Lombard se keuse
it was Captain Lombard's choice,
en dat het net meer logistical sens gemaak om vir hulle by Seaborder te hou hier.
and logistically it was more sensible to get them together to one place, my lord,
Of de, laat ek sê, interview by Seaborder hier.
and conduct those interviews at sea border, my lord.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, meneer.
On that day, specifically, when, as you alleged, when you were interviewing my client,
The day in question, soos wat u beweer, tydens die onderhoud met die kliënt,
you were an interviewer and my client was an interviewee.
is die een wat die vraag gestel het en my kliënt moet daarop reageer het.
Correct, Heerlijk?
Correct, my lord.
Thank you. In your evidence in chief yesterday,
En u getuienis in hoof,
I didn't hear you introducing yourself to my client.
hoor ek nie, u stel vir uself bekend aan my kliënt nie.
Edele, die bekendstelling was gedoen
My lord, the introduction was done
toe ons die eerste keer saam met hulle gepraat het,
when we spoke to them the first time, my lord.
toe hulle saam in die boardroom was, Edele.
When we were together in the boardroom, my lord.
Dit was voor die offisiële interviews begin het, Edele.
That was before the official interviews taken place, my lord.
Sergeant Fortuin,
Sergeant Fortuin,
it will help all of us in this court
dit sal vir ons almal behulpsaam wees in die hof.
if you listen to my question and
Eh.
answer it.
Indien u na my vrae sal luister en daarop reageer.
My question has nothing to do to what happened in sea border offices.
My vraag het niks te doen nie met wat die seaborder so gebeur het nie.
My question has everything to do with your evidence in chief
My vraag-
in this question.
Alles en alles met u getuienis in hoof in hierdie geval.
I will repeat it.
Ek herhaal dit.
I listened to your evidence in chief yesterday.
Ek het gister na u getuienis in hoof geluister.
You did not introduce yourself to my client
U het nie vir uself aan my kliënt bekend gestel nie.
in your evidence in chief.
Dit is nou, u het nie melding gemaak daarvan en u getuienis in hoof, u maak nie melding daarvan nie.
Edele, alrede hoekom ek nie melding maak daarvan, Edele,
Maar, my lord, the reason why I did not make mention of that, my lord,
want dit is protocol vir my voor te stel.
it is by protocol, I need to introduce myself. Protocols requires that I introduce myself, my lord,
Aan enige persoon wat ek gaan interview, Edele.
to any person whom I'm about to conduct an interview with.
There's no way in your evidence in chief that shows that you followed that protocol.
Nergens in u getuienis in hoof wat daarop aandui dat u daardie protocol gevolg het, Sergeant.
Edele, omdat dit protocol is, Edele,
My lord, because it is protocol,
het ek net weggelaat om dit te noem, Edele.
I just did not mention it, my lord. I omitted to mention it, my lord.
What else have you omitted in your evidence in chief?
Wat is daar nog wat u uitgelaat het in die getuienis in hoof?
Edele, dis al wat ek uitgelaat het, dis net omdat dit protocol is.
My lord, that is the only thing that I omitted, simply because it's just protocol, my lord.
That is tantamount to what my client instructed me.
Dit is gelykstaande aan dit wat ek aan my oorgedra het.
When you appeared before him, he didn't know that you are a police officer because you didn't introduce yourself to him as such.
Toe u hom u verskyning maak, was hy onbewus daarvan dat u 'n polisiebeampte is, van u het vir u as bekend gestel nie.
Eerstens, Edele, ek het my bekend gestel, Edele.
Firstly, I introduced myself to him, my lord.
Ek kan onthou dat ek my polisiekaart ook uitgehaal het, Edele.
I remember that I even took out my police card, my lord.
En die beskuldigde het geweet dat hy in die presence is van polisiebeamptes eerlik.
And the accused was aware of the fact that he was in the presence of the police officers, my lord,
Maar hy is deur polisiebeamptes ingebring eerlik.
because he was brought in by police officers, my lord.
Most of us who are in this case
Die meeste van ons betrokke in hierdie saak
were not at sea border offices.
was nie by die borderkantore nie.
Korrek eerlik?
Correct, my lord?
Why you didn't put that on record? That I even showed him my police card. Why you didn't put that on record yesterday?
Hoekom het u nie dit op rekord geplaas dat ek het selfs 'n polisiekaart aan hom getoon?
Eerlik, wat is protokol en ek doen dit altyd eerlik.
My lord, it is protocol and I do it always. I always do it, my lord.
It is your tendency. It's either you're not listening to my questions on purpose or you want to be evasive.
Dit is die tendens, onneiging. Dit kan een van die dinge wees, u luister nie na my vraag nie, of u probeer doelbewus om onwykend te wees. U is doelbewus onwykend, of u verkies om nie na my vraag te luister nie.
As ek dit so kan sê, julle eerlik, vir my is dit vanselfsprekend
If I can put
dat ek vir my bekend sê, julle eerlik.
If I can put it that way, my lord, to me it's obvious that I will introduce myself, my lord.
Thank you.
Dankie.
In your evidence in chief,
En uw getuienis in hoof,
I didn't hear you
hoor ek nie vir u
telling my client the reasons why he was called at sea border offices.
sê, ek hoor dat u verwittig my kliënt is die rede hoekom hy na die border toe gebring gewees het. Voor die redes aangenom het.
Eerlik,
My lord,
toe ek begin het met die onderhoud eerlik,
when I started with the interviews, my lord,
het ek vir hom gevra,
I asked him
wat weet hy wat met Joshlin gebeur het eerlik.
if he knows anything as to what had happened to Joshlin.
Sergeant,
Sergeant,
that is not my question.
dit is nie my vraag nie.
I heard your evidence in chief yesterday.
Ek het na u getuienis in hoof gehoor gister.
I had an opportunity of going home with it. I read it at home.
Ek het kans gehad om dit huis toe te neem en ek het reis
Nowhere,
deurgelees.
nowhere in your evidence
Nergens in u
you
getuienis
explain to my client the
Verduidelik aan
reason
die cliënt
why he was called to
die rede hoekom hy daar ingebring is nie.
Eerlik, die feit dat ek vir hom gevra het oor Joshlin eerlik,
My lord, the fact that I asked him about Joshlin, my lord,
is 'n indikasie waarvoor hy daar is eerlik.
indicates as to the reason why he find himself there, my lord.
Are you going to answer my question, Sergeant?
Sergeant, gaat u my vraag beantwoord? Al dan nie.
Dit is my antwoord eerlik.
That is my answer, my lord.
Further to the last question.
Bygesê by die laaste vraag.
In your evidence in chief,
En u getuienis in hoof,
I didn't hear you
hoor ek nie vir u
telling my client the reasons why you had to re-interview him.
sê u vir my kliënt, u voer die redes aan hom, hoekom moet u vir hom, hoekom moet u nou vir hom nog 'n onderhoud met hom voer?
Why you didn't, in your evidence in chief,
En u getuienis in hoof,
tell us the reasons why you called my client, the reason why you re-interviewed my
u
client.
sê nie vir hom nie, hoekom moet u nou weer eens 'n onderhoud met hom voer?
Eerlik, die rede is omdat Joshlin nog nie gevind was nie eerlik.
My lord, the reason is that Joshlin was not found at this stage.
En omdat hy vroeër 'n verklaring gemaak het
And
eerlik,
because he had made a statement earlier on, my lord,
was dit obvious dat ons nog antwoorde soek om vir haar te vind eerlik.
obviously, we were still looking for reasons to locate her, my lord, or to find her.
It is your evidence that because Joshlin was not found, there was no need for you to explain to somebody that is before you the reasons why you have to re-interview.
Is dat die getuienis gewees dat die rede daarvoor is dat Joshlin is nog nie opgespoor nie? Sê u vir die hof dat daarop gebaseer sien nie die nodigheid om vir hom te sê die rede kom moet weer eens vir hom 'n onderhoud met hom voer nie. Is dit gebaseer op die feit dat Joshlin nog nie opgespoor is nie?
Korrek eerlik, en daar is baie mense wat ons geïnterview het en weer gere-interview het eerlik.
Correct.
Kyk waar die kind is eerlik.
Correct, my lord, because there was a lot of people but ons, that we conducted interviews with them. Their interviews, my lord, is to find out as to the whereabouts of the child.
I'm not interested to the number of the people you interview.
Ek stel nie belang in die getal mense
I'm
met wie
interested.
onderhoud gevoer het nie.
I'm interested to know why you didn't tell my client the reasons for the interview.
Al wat ek wil weet by u is dat hoekom voer u nie redes aan my kliënt, hoekom moet u dan weer eens 'n onderhoud met hom voer nie?
Eerlik, ek het vir hom gevra,
My lord, I asked him,
weet jy wat gebeur het met Joshlin?
does he know what happened to Joshlin?
En dit was die rede vir die interview eerlik.
That was the reason for the interview, my lord.
This is the third question
Dit is die derde vraag hierdie,
you are not answering.
wat u ontwyk, of waarop u nie antwoord nie.
I'll continue.
Ek beweeg aan.
What were your goals for this re-interview?
Wat was die doeleindes vir hierdie heronderhoud, as ek dit so mag stel, hierdie heronderhoud, wat was die rede daarvoor? Wat was die oogmerk?
What you wanted to achieve
Wat het u probeer bereik?
with the re-interview of my client?
Die heronderhoud, wat is dit wat u daardeur wou bereik het?
Dit is om vir Joshlin op te spoor eerlik.
To locate Joshlin, my lord? Or to find Joshlin?
Just a moment, Mr. Klein. If I understood your evidence correctly, there were statements taken from all three of the persons prior to your engagement.
Korrek eerlik.
Correct, my lord?
You told us yesterday that it was apparent there were certain discrepancies.
Korrek eerlik.
Now, in the context of the cross-examination, did you tell Mr. Van Rhyn, listen, I know that you've made a statement to whoever, and accused number one, Buddha made a statement, Kelly made statements, but there are these issues that we need to clarify, because that was the purpose of the re-interview, was it not?
Korrek eerlik.
Correct, my lord?
Now the point made is, did you tell him that this is the reason I want to ask you these questions?
Ons het vir hom gesê eerlik dat daar verskille in hulle verklaringe is eerlik.
We told him, my lord, that there were differences in their statements, my lord.
En dat die hoofdoel is, ons wil vir Joshlin terugkry eerlik.
And the main goal was this, that we want to locate Joshlin, or we want to find Joshlin.
Ons wil net weet waar Joshlin is eerlik.
Herhaal asseblief.
Ons wil net weet waar Joshlin is eerlik.
All we wanted to know was to find out as to Joshlin's whereabouts, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. My lord, I will ask you later
Ek gaan vir julle later vra,
regarding my client's statement.
rakende
But
my cliënt se verklaring.
there's one question I want to make from the questions by the court. From
Voor
the
iets
court.
sprekend uit die hof se vraag, het ek 'n vraag.
How were you going to notice or realize any discrepancies from my client's statement when you have just told the court that you didn't read the statement?
Iets so pas vir die hof gesê dat ek nie die verklaring deurgegaan nie. Hoe sou u dan agtergekom het of daar enige onreëlmatighede in daardie verklaring en in daardie verklaring deurgelees het? Hoe sou u dit
Kaptein Lombard het ons ingelig wat die verskille is in die verklaringe eerlik.
Captain Lombard informed us as to the differences in the statements, my lord.
This question is not directed to Captain Lombard. He's not the one who's giving evidence. It is
Hierdie
you.
vraag is nie op Captain Lombard gemik nie. Hierdie is die een wat getuienis lewer nie.
if you didn't read my client's statement?
Indien u nie my kliënt se eetsverklaring deurgegaan het nie,
How were you going to establish that indeed there are discrepancies in this statement?
hoe sou u vasgestel het dat inderdaad dat daar onreëlmatighede bevattend is in daardie verklaring?
Kaptein Lombard het ons ingelig wat die verskille in die verklaring is en waar die beskuldigdes mekaar kontradik die edele.
Captain Lombard informed us as to the discrepancies in the statement as well as the places where the accused contradicts each other, my lord.
Okay,
Goed,
let me say, for argument's sake,
net vir argumentshalwe, kom ek stel dit op hierdie manier, argumentshalwe.
I accept what you are saying for a moment.
Net vir 'n oomblik aanvaar ek dit wat u nou oordra.
How can you prove that what you are saying is correct or is the truth when
Hoe sal u bewys dit wat u nou sê die waarheid is of korrek is?
when you have failed to document the interview process?
Waar u versuim het om hierdie onderhoud prosedure neer te pen of neer te skryf. U het versuim om die onderhoud te skryf. Hoe gaan u dan nou bewys of dit wat u nou aan die hof voorgedra het die waarheid is al dan nie?
Edele, ek is op die oomblik onder eed om evidence te gee in die hof, edele.
My lord, I'm under oath now to give evidence.
En ek weet wat beteken dit om onder eed te wees, edele.
And I know what it means to testify under oath, my lord.
Thank you. Are you aware that as an interviewer,
Yes, it
not
was
to mention a police officer, are you aware that you were expected to have thoroughly documented the interview process? Are you aware of that?
Susan, is u daarvan bewus dat as 'n persoon wat nou hierdie onderhoud gevoer het, is u daarvan bewus gewees dat dit was van u te wagte om daardie onderhoud deeglik te voer en alles wat daar uitgewees het neer te skryf, behoorlik 'n interview te voer?
Yes or no?
Ek verskil, edele. Ek verskil, edele.
Hy het daarvan, my lord.
Yes?
Ja?
Daar's geen staande order wat sê dat ek 'n interview moet nou nie, edele.
They are no, that's geen?
Staande order. Staande order.
Oh, that is no sign order that say that I need to write down the interview?
Standing.
Standing order.
Oh, geen staande bevel. No standing order. That says I must write down the interview.
Where did you get that?
Waar kom jy daaraan?
Daar is nie 'n staande order nie, edele. So
There's no standing order, my lord.
I don't have a problem
Therefore-
I don't have problem with listening. I heard what you said. This is a follow-up question. My follow-up question is, where did you get that? That there
That
is
there's no standing order.
Yes.
Waar kom jy daaraan dat daar 'n staande bevel is?
as daar nie 'n staande order is, ja, kan ek dit nie inskryf nie, edele, want dit bestaan nie.
My lord, when there's no standing order, I cannot find it anywhere because it doesn't exist, my lord.
Are you putting it to him that there is in fact a standing order?
Sê u vir hom dat daar wel staande bevel is?
By virtue, my lord, by virtue of being an interviewer, why there has to be a documented interview process, documented questions that he put to the interview, documented responses from the interviewer for transparency and accuracy. If we're having that document now, some of the questions were not going even to be put to you. Accuracy, transparency.
Akkuraatheid, deursigtigheid, is 'n san En uit die aard van die saak, u is tot die persoon wat nou dan hierdie onderhoud met die verdagte voer. Uit die aard daarvan sou dit dan wys gewees het om dit nou dan neer te skryf. En indien dit die geval sou gewees het, dan sou dat nou nie nodig gewees het nou al hierdie vrae nie te stel nie. Akkuraatheid sowel as deursigtigheid, ja, deursigtigheid.
Eerlijk, ek verstaan wat die verdediging sê,
I understand what the defense is saying, my lord.
maar soos ek sê, dit hang van myself of wat 'n proses ek wil volg.
Like I said, it depends on my person, of myself, as to the procedure that I'd like to follow.
En daar's geen riglyne aangaande notas nie, eerlik,
And there are no regulations regarding the notes, my lord.
wat moet gemaak word tydens 'n onderhoud nie, eerlik.
What must be done during the interview, my lord.
I leave you answer for argument.
Ek laat die antwoord daar net daar vir betoog.
For more than 3 times and during this cross-examination,
Vir meer as 3 keer en in hierdie kruisondervraging,
I heard you saying, I asked accused number 2. I asked accused number 2. I asked accused number 2. Here's the question.
ek moet netjies vir u sê dat ek het vir hom 2 gevra en om 2 gevra en om hier volgende vraag.
In your evidence in chief,
En u getuienis in hoof,
I didn't hear you. We call this police caution. I didn't hear you cautioning my client.
hoor ek u waarsku my kliënt nie, dan u verwys daarna as die polisie omsigtigheid of ja, omsigtigheid. Ek hoor nie dat u vir hom waarsku
That he has a right not to answer police questions.
dat dit hier reg om nie op die polisie se vrae te reageer nie.
Eerlik, ek het hom gewaarsku soos volg.
My lord, the answer team is follows.
Dat hy die reg om stil te bly.
That he's got the right to remain silent.
Enigiets wat hy sê kan teen hom in 'n hof gebruik word.
Anything that he says can be used against him in a court of law.
Hy het die reg tot 'n prokureur van sy keuse.
He's got the right to the legal representative of his choice.
As hy nie een kan bekostig, kan hy aansoek doen vir 'n regshulpprokureur.
If he cannot afford one, he may or he can ask legal aid to appoint one for him,
Mits hy kwalifiseer
provided he qualifies.
en dat hy ook die reg het om vir homself te praat eerlik.
He's also got the right to defend himself.
At what stage was this explained?
Op watter stadium is dit aan hom oorgedra?
Gedurende die onderhoud, toe net na hy vir my gesê het, vra vir Kelly eerlik.
During the interviews, just after he informed me that go and ask Kelly,
Sergeant Fortuin,
Sergeant Fortuin,
I didn't ask you whether you explained to my client his constitutional rights.
dit is nie my vraag aan u nie of u aan my kliënt sy grondwetlike regte voorgehou het nie.
My question has a reference to at the beginning of the interview, before
My vraag hoort verband met
you
die
asked him
begin.
questions. Before you asked him questions, did you caution him that he has a right not to answer police
Susan,
questions?
al voor iemand hom aan hom vrae gestel het u vir hom al teen daai tyd al gewaarsku of vir hom daarvan bewus gemaak dat hy die reg tot stil te bly, hoef nie op u antwoorde te reageer nie.
Eerlik, die eerste keer wat ek hom in kennis gestel het van sy regte,
My lord.
was soos ek nou vir die hof aangedui het eerlik.
Herhaal asseblief, Susan.
Die eerste keer toe ek hom aangedui het aan sy regte is soos ek nou vir die hof verduidelik
For the
eerlik.
first time I made him aware of his rights, his SP, I've just indicated to the court now, my lord.
That was after you've questioned him. You even said, I've questioned him several times. I want to quote the word repeatedly.
Dit is nadat u vir hom herhaaldelik vrae gevra het om u eie woorde te gebruik.
My
U het
question
die woord
is,
gebruik herhaaldelik.
my question is, before you asked him, first question, before you asked him at the beginning of the interview,
My vraag aan u dat al voor u vir hom die heel eerste vraag gevra het by
before you
voor die
interviewed,
begin van die onderhoud,
did you caution him?
het u vir hom gewaarsku.
That is my question.
Dit is my vraag.
Edele, op daardie stadium
My Lord, at that stage,
het ek hom nie gevra nie omdat
I did not ask him because
hy het 'n verklaring afgelê
he had made a statement.
en hy was nog steeds 'n getuie / person of interest.
He was still a witness and a person of interest.
Net later toe hy die naam van Kelly noem edele,
Only later, when he made mention of the name Kelly,
het ek hom in kennis gestel van sy regte edele.
I informed him of his rights, my Lord.
Sergeant,
Sergeant,
I put to you.
ek stel dit aan u.
I don't care how you were calling him while he was before you.
Ek gee nie om hoe
But
u moet na hom verwys terwyl u voor u gewees het.
what I know,
Al wat ek weet,
he was an interview. And you were interviewing him about what took place on the 19th of February 2024.
hy is die persoon voor u. U voer 'n onderhoud met hom. Hy is die persoon wat op u vraag moet reageer rakende die gebeure van die 19de.
He cannot answer you questions before
Hy
you
kan
question
nie,
him.
hy kan nie op u vraag antwoord nie, alvorens u vir hom gewaarsku het nie.
Ek verskil die edele,
I differ, my Lord.
as ek aan 'n getuie vra,
When I pose questions to the witness,
verduidelik ek nie die getuie se regte aan 'n getuie nie, edele.
I don't explain to the witness's rights.
I put to you,
Ek stel dit aan u,
if that is your procedure,
indien dit u prosedure is,
it is wrong.
dit is verkeerd,
It is violating the interviews that are appearing before you.
dit is 'n skending van die betrokkene voor u.
Further to this,
Verder, op bygesê,
when you caution someone whom you are interviewing,
wanneer u 'n persoon, u voer 'n onderhoud met iemand en wanneer hierdie persoon waarsku,
you go further and say,
u gaan verder en sê,
you have a right
u het die reg
to reply to my questions by saying, open quotes,
om op my vraag te antwoord,
no
open
comment,
aanhalings,
you close quotes.
geen kommentaar, geslote aanhalings.
Dis ek hom ook gesê het die edele het die reg om stil te bly.
That is why I say my Lord has got the right to remain silent.
Further to this,
Verder, op bygesê,
you also caution him or her
u waarsku hy of sy,
by saying,
deur te sê,
you can answer other questions, you've got a right not to answer other questions.
sekere vrae kan u antwoord, sekere vrae hoef nie te antwoord nie.
Edele, soos ek weer sê,
Once again, my Lord, I say,
as ek vir 'n persoon sê die reg om stil te bly,
when I inform the individual that he or she has got the right to remain silent,
kan hy besluit om my te antwoord
they can decide whether or not they want to answer
of om vir my nie te antwoord nie, edele.
or not to respond to my questions, my Lord.
Are we not at cross purposes now? I thought we were still at the outset.
Yes, my Lord.
It's common cause the witness did not caution Mr. Van Rhyn at that stage. He gave his reason why not. You said you're going to leave it for argument, but now you're repeating the questions.
This argument, my Lord.
Because he gave his answer, whether it's good or not, that's something we need to determine later on. Because now he's going on with the explanation he gave, but we know that came just before 11 o'clock. It was about an hour in. Yes, thank you, Mr. Kabane.
Thank you, my Lord. Now you asked my client
Nou, ek vra vir my kliënt
to tell you what happened or what transpired
om vir u te sê wat het gebeur, wat het ontvou
on the 19th of February 2024.
die 9de Februarie 24.
I suppose he gave you the information.
Ek is veronderstel hy het vir u die inligting verskaf.
Edele, ek het hom gevra,
Maar
weet hy wat met Joshlin gebeur het?
My Lord, I asked him as to what had happened to, does he know what had happened to Joshlin?
En hy het vir my gesê, nee, hy weet nie eerlik.
And he said to me, no, he doesn't know, my lord.
In your evidence in chief,
En die getuienis in hoof
you asked my client this question repeatedly.
het vir die kliënt hierdie vraag herhaaldelik gevra.
Have to ask him one question repeatedly.
Hoekom is vir hom hierdie een vraag herhaaldelik gevra het?
Edele vir my die belangrikste was om die kind terug te kry.
My
Edele.
lord, the most important to me was to find the child, my lord. Find back the child.
You were going to ask him repeatedly until he tells you, I've got Joshlin with me.
So
That's
if
what
from-
we're implying before this court.
Impliseer hy dat hy so vir hom herhaaldelik gevra het dat tot hy erken dat Joshlin is in my besit. Is dit wat hy probeer impliseer?
Nee, Edele.
No, my lord.
What are you implying?
Wat impliseer u?
Dat ek vir Joshlin wil teruggekry het, Edele.
I want Joshlin back, my lord.
Why did you want Joshlin for my client? Was he having Joshlin?
Hoekom by my cliënt? My cliënt het nie Joshlin nie. Hoekom by hom?
Ek het hom gevra of hy weet wat met Joshlin gebeur het, Edele.
I asked him whether or not he knows as to Joshlin's whereabouts, my lord.
And he told you he doesn't know.
En hy sê vir u, hy weet nie.
Edele, en omdat daar discrepancies was tussen die verklaringe,
My lord, because there were differences in the statements, my lord.
dis hoekom ek mekaar die vraag gevra het, Edele.
That is why I asked him, my lord.
Want ek het nie gedink hy was eerlik geweest met wat hy weet nie, Edele.
Because I thought he was not being honest as to what he knew, my lord.
Can you please tell this court
Sê asseblief vir die agbare hof,
one discrepancy that you have found from my client's statement and what he told you during interviews?
een onreëlmatigheid wat hy in my cliënt se verklaring ontdek het. Vergeleke met dit wat hy aan u oorgedra het.
Before you answer,
Voor die antwoord,
Sergeant Fortuin,
Sergeant Fortuin,
you told us
het vir ons gesê
that he said,
dat hy het gesê,
I don't know where Joshlin is.
ek weet nie waar Joshlin is nie.
Now let's zoom that piece of evidence into his statement.
Nou kom ons fokus op daardie stuk getuienis vergeleke met sy verklaring.
Tell me the discrepancy.
Wys vir my uit, wys uit aan my hierdie onreëlmatigheid.
Edele, soos ek getuig het, die onreëlmatigheid
My lord, as I said, the discrepancy
was tussen die drie beskuldigdes se verklaringe gewees, Edele.
was contained in each of these three accused statements, my lord.
En ek het kennis gedra van die verskille, Edele.
And I was aware of the differences, my lord.
So you cannot tell this court
Daarvoor ek kan nie vir hierdie agbare hof sê
that from the evidence that from the information that my client gave you during interview and his statement, you
Fine.
cannot tell this court that there was a discrepancy.
vanuit een ligting wat my kliënt aan u oorgedra het, sowel as dit wat in sy verklaring bevattend is. Ek kan nie vir hierdie agbare hof sê of daar wel onreëlmatighede bevat is nie.
Nee, Edele, ek het hom net gevra waar Joshlin, of hy
No.
weet wat met Joshlin gebeur het,
No,
Edele.
my lord, I ask him, does he know where Joshlin is, or whether or not he knows as to what had happened to Joshlin, my lord?
So you cannot come and tell this court that the information my client gave you during your so-called interviews, you cannot say that information contradicts with what he said in his statement on the 29th of February 2024.
Derhalwe, ek kan nie vir hierdie agbare hof kom sê dat dit wat die my kliënt aan u oorgedra het, is teenstrydig met dit wat hy gesê het op was die datum? Wat is dit?
29th of February 2024, it was taken by Sergeant Sokobe.
Die 29 Februarie bekom deur Sergeant Sokobe. Ek kan nie vir my sê dat daar
Edele, soos ek sê, ek het hom net gevra waar Joshlin is, so ek het nie in sy verklaringe feite gegaan nie, Edele.
My lord, all I ask him is to, does he know where is Joshlin? I did not go into his statement, my lord.
So you didn't have a chance to compare the information you got on the 4th and the statement of my client.
Derhalve, ik kon niet vergelijking treffen tussen de inlichting wat ik bekom het op de 4e, zowel als de verklaring van mijn cliënt zijn verklaring niet. Ik kon niet.
Al inligting wat ek wil voorkom die was waar ek vir Joshlin kan kry eerder.
The only information I wanted to get from him is to where can we locate Joshlin, my lord?
If that is the case,
In dit
Sergeant,
geval is sergeant,
you cannot come to this court
Ik kan.
and cry discrepancies from my client's statement.
ik kan naar de hof kom, ik kan naar de hof toe komen en kom verklaar die onregelmatighede deur my cliënt nie.
Eerder ek het nog nooit onregelmatighede in beskuldigde 2 se verklaring alleen genoem nie. Ek het gesê dat daar is verskillende verskille in al 3 beskuldigde se verklaringe eerder.
My lord, I did not only mention accused number 2, I said all 3 accused statements contained irregularities, my lord, or differences, my lord.
And what is interesting, you didn't even read those statements.
Wat ek belangrijk vind, het die eerste keer daardie verklaring gegaan.
Soos ek sê, die inligting is aan my oorgedra deur kaptein Lombard.
Like I said, my lord,
Die verskille in die verklaringe.
the information was given, the differences in statements was given to me by Captain Lombard, my lord.
Mr. Kabay,
My lord,
you can tell me when it's convenient for you to take the break. When it's convenient for you, because I don't want to cut you
okay.
your train of thought.
Just one question on this. Now that Mr. Lombard told you about the discrepancies,
No,
as
that-
a sergeant, you were not interested to go and read for yourself, especially
No, that
you were going
Captain
to interview accused number 2. Please give me the statement of accused number 2. Let me read it. You are not interested to know the contents of his statement.
Nou dat Captain Lombard vir u daarvan bewus gemaak het dat daar onregelmatighede bevat is in my cliënt se verklaring. U ag dit nie as belangrik om dan nog self daardie verklaring te bepeins ten einde vas te stel oor hierdie onregelmatighede bevat in daardie verklaring.
Eerder,
My lord,
die informasie is met my gedeel die Sondag agtermiddag.
the information was given to me this Sunday afternoon, my lord,
Net voor ons klaar gemaak het in Saldanha.
just before we were done in Saldanha.
Die maandag het ons teruggekom, ons begin met die soektog eerlik.
The Monday upon our return, we started with a search, my lord.
Eerlik daarna het ons teruggegaan na Seaborder toe.
My lord, from there onwards, we proceeded to see Boardroom.
Ek sal nie sê daar was nie tyd om die verklaringe deur te gaan nie,
I wouldn't say there was no time to go through the statement, my lord,
maar omdat Joshlin reeds 2 weke weg was eerlik,
but because by then, Joshlin was already missing for 2 weeks,
het ek dit belangriker geag om inligting te kry oor waar sy is eerlik.
it was more important to me to gain information as to Joshlin's whereabouts, my lord.
Did Joshlin's disappearance
Joshlin se verdwijning
stop you from reading the statement of your potential interviewee?
het vir u dan gestop om u potentiële betrokkene se verklaring deur te gaan?
Nee eerlik,
No, my lord.
en ek het geprioritiseer wat vir my op daardie stadium die belangrikste was eerlik.
I prioritized what was important for me at the time, my lord.
And in this scenario, and especially,
And
you are
really-
told there are discrepancies in their previous statements. So, how are you going to test the new information and the old information if you don't have the knowledge of the old information?
Veral in hierdie scenario, u is ingelig dat daar onregelmatighede is by hulle vorige verklaringe vergeleke dit wat aan u oorgedra is. Hoe sou u dan bepaal het of daar wel sodanige onregelmatige bestaan tussen die twee? Hoe sou u dit vasgestel het?
Eerlik, met die informasie wat ek van kaptein Lombard afgekry het,
My lord, with information that was furnished to me by Captain Lombard,
dis die informasie wat ek gehad het.
that was the information I was sitting with, my lord.
En dis hoekom ek vir hom ondervraag het, geïnterview het eerlik.
Hence, I held the interview with him, my lord.
My Lord, can we adjourn at this juncture?
Certainly. Will half an hour suffice?
Yes, my Lord.
It's 3 minutes to 1. We'll take the adjournment till 1:30. The court will adjourn.
witness is still under oath.
Dis nog steeds om net om die waarheid te praat.
Thank you, my lord. Sergeant Fortuin, we were told that the purpose of the interview was for the interviewees to clarify discrepancies in their previous statements.
Susan Fortuin is ingelig dat die doel van daardie onderhoude was om vir die betrokkenes om daardie onreëlmatighede te verklaar.
Is that correct?
Was dit reg so?
Korrek, meneer Ragman?
Correct, my lord.
But now I hear you asking my clients about the disappearance of Joshlin, not
No.
clarifying the discrepancies in the statement.
Nou hoor ek u vra my kliënt rondom Joshlin se verdwyning.
Korrek, eerlijk?
Correct, my lord.
Did you ask my client to clarify the discrepancies which you said Mr. Lombard has explained to you?
Het u vir my kliënt gevra klarigheid oor hierdie onreëlmatighede wat kaptein Lombard aan u oorgedra het?
Eerlijk, al wat ek vir hom genoem het is dat julle verklaring stem nie saam nie.
My lord, all I told him is that the statements are contradictory or there's differences in their statements.
My main focus was however om te hoor waar of wat met Joshlin gebeur het eerlijk.
However, my main focus was to know as to what had happened to Joshlin as well as Joshlin's whereabouts, my lord.
Did you ask my client to point? No, let me rephrase this question. Did you ask my client what was his point of view on the alleged discrepancies?
Het u van my kliënt se opinie verneem rondom hierdie onreëlmatighede? Het u vir hom gevra wat is sy gevoel aangaande hierdie onreëlmatighede?
So ek gesê het eerlijk, ek het hom net gesê dat daar verskille is tussen hulle verklarings.
All I say to him, my lord, is that there are differences in their statements, my lord.
En wat hulle drie praat is nie dieselfde storie nie eerlijk.
And what the three of them are saying is not the same version of events, my lord.
Why you didn't ask him his point of view?
Ook al verneem u nie van sy opinie nie,
Eerlijk, soos ek sê,
my
op
lord,
daardie stadium
my lord, as I said, at that stage,
was my doelwit om 'n 6-jarige meisiekind op te spoor en dis ek hom gevra het oor Joshlin se verdwyning eerlik.
my goal was to locate the missing little girl. Hence, I repeatedly asked him as to Joshlin's whereabouts, my lord.
So you confronted my client about Joshlin's disappearance, deviating from the initial purpose and goal of the interview.
U wyk af van die aanvanklike doelwit van hierdie onderhoud. U vra liewer vir hom oor Joshlin se verdwyning en wyk af van die onderhoud se oogmerk.
Eerlik soos ek sê, het ek hom genoem dat daar verskille is.
My lord, as I say that I informed him that there were differences.
My primêre doel was om inligting kry oor wat met Joshlin gebeur het hier.
My primary goal was to ascertain as to Joshlin's whereabouts, my lord.
Did you see those discrepancies?
Het u daardie onreëlmatighede ontdek?
Ek was ingelig deur kaptein Lombard eerlik.
Captain Lombard informed me, my lord.
If I listened to the discrepancies,
When I listened to these discrepancies, Wanneer ek na die onreëlmatighede luister,
on record while Mr. Lombard was testifying.
op rekord terwyl kaptein Lombard getuig het,
The nature of those discrepancies,
die aard van daardie onreëlmatighede,
those are timeline discrepancies.
dit is tydslyn gewys, daardie onreëlmatighede is tydslyn gewys.
Would you agree with me?
Stem jy saam met my?
Tydlyn is een van die dele.
Timeline is one of those, my lord.
Would you agree with me, yes or no?
Stem jy saam met my? Ja
Let's
of
answer
nee?
the question.
What was the answer, my lord?
The timeline is one of those. Timeline is one of those discrepancies.
Thank you. Are you aware
Is jy daarvan bewus
that the state has a duty?
dat dit is die staat se plig
The duty to prove the elements of kidnapping
dit is die staat se plig om dan die elemente
and
van ontvoering
trafficking against my client beyond reasonable doubt. Are you aware of that principle?
mensenhandel beyond ontvoering, mensenhandel, dit is die staat se plig om dit te bewys. Sonder twyfel om dit te bewys.
Ek is
Voor redelike twyfel moet die staat bewys.
How then timeline discrepancies, how are they going to help the state case? Timeline discrepancies.
Nou die tydslyn, onreëlmatighede, hoe is dit veronderstel om die staat behulpsaam te wees?
Eerder, dis 'n ongoing investigation.
My lord, it is an ongoing investigation. Eerder het dit gestaan.
Verskille in die tydlyn
The differences in the timeline
kan lei tot verdere bewyse of evidence.
can lead to further evidence and exhibits.
Now,
Now,
we are 13 months from the 19th of February 2024.
ons is 13 maande vanaf die 9de Februarie 2024.
At your disposal as the sergeant, do you have evidence that prove elements of trafficking and kidnapping against my client? As you sit there,
Op die beskikking soos wat hier sit, beskik u oor elemente
You have evidence.
uit die
You have
getuienis.
evidence.
Ja, uit die getuienis tot die beskik wat dan nou hierdie ontvoering en mensenhandel
Edele, ek is nie
bewys.
die ondersoekbeampte op die saak nie.
My lord, I'm not the investigating officer in this matter.
Ek getuig oor wat op die 4de en 5de gebeur het, Edele.
I'm testifying as to the events of the 4th and the 5th.
is that all?
Is dat al? Is dat aan?
Ja,
Volstaan nie daarbij?
Okay. Thank you.
Dank u.
Together, let us now go to sea border offices.
Tesame, kom ons beweeg aan na die borderkantore toe.
My client instructs me that
My cliënt sê vir my,
it was a matter of few seconds. He was at the sea border offices. You appeared.
dit was 'n mate van paar sekonde toe maak jy opwagting.
Edele, soos ek sê, ek weet nie wanneer beskuldigde tweede aangekom het nie.
My lord, as I said, I do not know as to what time did that accused arrive there.
Maar toe ek daar kom, toe was hy reeds in die boardroom gewees.
However, upon my arrival there, he was already in the boardroom, my lord.
I appreciate your answer.
Ek waardeer u antwoord.
You, on your part, you didn't know, but him. He saw you when you were coming. It was hardly few seconds. He arrived at the sea border offices. Then you arrived.
Ek weet nie daarvan nie, maar ek verwys na hom. Volgens hom, dit was skaars paar sekondes toe daag hy dat op.
Weer eens eerlijk, ek weet nie wanneer beskuldigde daar by seebode gekom het nie.
Once again, my lord, I do not know what time, when did the accused arrived at the sea border, my lord.
Did you ask him?
Het jy vir hom gevra?
Nee, eerlijk.
No, my lord.
Now you were going to interview him.
Nou, u maak reg om onderhoud met hom te voer.
Did you make the environment comfortable for this interview?
Het u die omgewing maklik gemaak vir hierdie onderhoude? Het die omgewing
Comfortable for him.
Het die vertrek vir hom gemaklik gemaak vir hom?
Eerlijk, toe ek hom eerste gesien het,
My lord, when I saw him for the first time,
het op 'n stoel gesit.
he was seated on the chair.
Daar was geen aanleiding dat hij ongemakkelijk was, nie eerlijk.
There was no indication that he was uncomfortable whatsoever, my lord.
I'm not asking you that part.
Dit is my vraag nie.
You told this court that
U het vir hof gesê,
you interviewed my client.
u het 'n onderhoud met my kliënt gevoer.
My question to you,
My vraag aan u,
when you were interviewing him,
tydens hierdie onderhoud met hom,
did you make the environment comfortable for him?
het u die vertrek gemaklik gemaak vir hom of gerieflik gemaak vir hom?
Eerlijk, hij het op een stoel gezet achter de tafel.
My lord, he was seated on a chair behind the table, my lord.
En ik geloof hij was gemakkelijk geweest, want er was geen indicatie dat hij ongemakkelijk was. Nie.
And I believe he was comfortable because there was no indication that showed otherwise.
It is your evidence that you believe. That means you don't know. You believe.
Is dit die getuienis dat u glo? U weet nie, u glo is dit u getuienis?
Eerlijk, als die beschuldigde nou gemakkelijk is zoals hij daar zit,
My lord,
dan was hij gemakkelijk om geïnterviewd eerlijk.
my lord, if the accused is comfortable seated there, right where we seated now, then he must have been comfortable then, my lord. During the interview, my lord.
My client instructs me
My cliënt sê vir my,
immediately after his arrival at sea border offices,
kort na sy opdaging by Seaborder kantore,
you arrived.
daag u daar op.
Weer eens eerlijk, ik kan niet commentaar leveren over wanneer die beschuldigde daar gebring is, niet eerlijk.
Once again, my lord, I cannot comment as to when did the accused arrive there, my lord, or was brought there, my lord.
Ik weet wanneer ik daar gekomen ben, eerlijk.
I know when I arrived there, my lord.
I don't want you to comment on this. I'm just putting you a statement.
Ek verwag geen kommentaar op hierdie
I'll go to put a
stelling
question
nie.
to you after this.
Ek verwag geen kommentaar op hierdie stelling nie. Ek maak dis blote stelling aan u.
Verstaan eerlijk?
Yes, my lord.
I will indicate now this is the question.
Ek sal by u aanlei wanneer dit wel die vraag is.
It was hardly a second.
Dit was skaars sekondes
You arrived at sea border offices.
toe daag u by Seaborder kantore.
At that time, he was in the company of 2 police officers.
Op daardie stadium was hy in die geselskap van 2 beamptes.
These police officers
Hierdie polisiebeamptes
gave him lift at about 2 or 2:30 when he was coming from Vredenburg to Saldanha.
hulle het vir hom 'n rygeleentheid gegee terwyl hy gery loop het vanaf Vredenburg Saldanha toe.
He thought at that time
Op daardie stadium het hy onder indruk verkeer
those were good Samaritans who were giving him lift.
dat daar individu's was goeie Samaritane
No.
wat vir hom 'n rygeleentheid aangebied het,
Not knowing that later
onbewus daarvan dat later
these occupants of this van
hierdie bakkie se insittendes
will subject him to severe torture.
sal vir hom aan 'n erge marteling onderwerp.
Now, this is the question.
Nou is die volgende is 'n vraag.
When you saw my client at sea border, at the time you saw him,
to
were you
immigrate-
told
to immigrate.
that he's coming from Jacobs Bay Beach where he was severely tortured?
Toe u my kliënt gesien by die border, is hy ingelig dat hy kom vanaf Jacobsbaai waar hy wreedadig gemartel is.
Edele,
My lord,
soos ek telke male getuig het,
is already testified several times.
ek weet nie wie die beskuldigde ingebring het nie,
I do not know who brought the accused in,
hoe laat hulle hom ingebring het nie,
what time did they bring him in,
en waar hulle hom gekry het nie, edele.
waarom,
Waar hulle hom gekry het nie.
and where did they find him.
My question specifically was about the severe torture.
My-
Were you aware that before he was brought at sea border offices, he was severely tortured at Jacobs Bay Beach? That is my question to you.
Susan, my vraag aan u is, in bijzonder, was u bewus gemaakt dat al voor u in raking gekomen het met hom, was hy erg de Jacobsbaai gemartel geweest? Dat is mijn vraag aan u, Susan.
Ek het geen kennis van so marteling nie, edele.
I bear no knowledge of such torture, my lord.
He further instructs me that
Verder sê hy vir my,
on your arrival,
by u aankomst daar,
he was handcuffed.
was hy gehandboei geweest?
Nie korrek nie, edele.
Incorrect, my lord.
Are you suggesting that he was not handcuffed?
Suggereer u dat hy was nie gehandboei nie?
Ek suggereer nie, edele, ek te sien, hy was nie gehandkaf nie.
I'm not suggesting, my lord. I saw that he was not handcuffed, my lord.
How did you see this?
Hoe het u dit opgemerk?
You said he was seated in the corner. How did you see that he was not handcuffed?
Is dit die getuienis dat dit vir hom gesien daar een hoek sit? Hoe het jy gesien? Hoe het jy opgemerk dat hy sy gehandboei nie?
Ek het nooit gesê het in 'n hoek gesit nie, edele.
That's not my evidence that he was seated there in one corner. It's not my evidence.
It's not your evidence. How did you see? That is the question now. How did you see
Dit is die
that he
getuienis
was
die hoe het jy
handcuffed?
opgemerk dat hy sy gehandboei nie?
Edele het op 'n stoel gesit agter 'n tafel met sy hande op die tafel.
My lord, he was seated on the chair behind the table with his hands on the table, my lord.
How far were you from this table?
Hoe ver van die af? Hoe ver het jy gesit van die af?
Van hier af tot daar by u.
From where I'm seated to where you standing?
About 6 meters, I'm estimating.
6 meter skatting.
Dis ook op die eerste keer gesien het my ek het nader beweeg aan hom edele.
That is when I saw him for the first time, but later on I moved closer to him.
Because now you are worried, I'm going to ask you, how did you notice in a distance of 60 meters? Now we are fast, we are changing.
Hier is op 'n kommer nou wat ek voorsien dat ek maak reg om vir te vra. Hoe is dit moontlik dat jy dit so waar gaan neem met sittende in daardie posisie? Nou al op die vooruit.
I was once a policewoman.
In die verlede was ek 'n polisievrou ook gewees.
Eerlik dink jy die beskuldigde is meer as 6 meter en ek sal hier vanaf kan sien of hy gaan boei hom met edele.
You do not think so?
Eerlik, ek dink die beskuldigde is nou meer as 6 meter van my af. Miskien 10 meter en ek sal die vanaf kan sien of hy gaan boei hom met edele.
My lord, I think that you sit now 10 meters away from me now, and I will still be able to see if he's got the handcuffs or not, my lord.
Okay,
Goed.
can you give this court the
Herhaal
type?
asseblief.
Can you give this court the type of clothing he was wearing?
Gee asseblief vir of dui asseblief aan die of die klere, tipe klere wat hy aangehad het die dag.
Soos ek gesê het met beskuldigde nommer 1 ook eerlik, ek kan nie onthou wat die klere dat hulle aangehad het eerlik.
Like I said, as in number 1, my lord, I do not recall what was he wearing, my lord. What clothing was he wearing?
Was he wearing a jacket,
Het hy 'n baadjie aangehad?
a shirt?
Hemp?
Eerlik, ek weet self wat ek die dag aangehad het eerlik.
My lord, I personally, I myself can no longer recall as to what I was wearing the day in question, my lord.
Your eyesight is very selective, Sergeant.
Sergeant, is baie selectief, Sergeant.
You can see the handcuffs, but you cannot see what the person with handcuffs is wearing.
Ek kan die handboeie sien, maar ek kan nie sien dat die persoon 'n handboeie aan het.
Eerlik, iets soos handboeie sal my aandag trek.
My lord, an item is handcuffs will draw my attention.
Dit sal 10-1 beteken dat die persoon gearresteer is.
I probably will be indication that this person is under arrest, my lord. Most probably.
Waar klere nie sommer my aandag sal trek nie eerlik.
Whereas clothing would not attract my attention as such, my lord.
Behalwe as ek vir iemand soek met spesifieke klere aan eerlik.
Unless I'm on the lookout for an individual with specific clothing, my lord.
Sergeant,
Sergeant,
my client
my client,
instructs me.
sê vir my,
You took him from Boardroom
iets van die raadsaal uit
to the other office.
na die ander kantoor toe geneem.
Eerlik, dis korrek. Ek was by gewees toe ons hom opgevat het eerlik.
My lord, that is correct. I was present when we took him around, my lord.
I didn't ask your presence.
Ek
My
vra nie,
the question I put to you is,
ek vra nie oor u teenwoordigheid. My vraag aan u is volgende.
my instructions are that you personally
Die beskuldigde sê vir my, u persoonlik,
came and took my client to the other office.
u is die persoon wat daar gekom het en vir hom na die ander kantoor toe begelei het.
Eerlik, soos ek sê, ek was nie alleen gewees nie. Ons het almal vir hom omgevat. Ek het nie alleen met hom beweeg nie.
U edele, soos dat al reeds getuig het, ek was nie alleen nie, het was ons het vir hom omgeneem.
But you were with.
No, yes, but I was present. I was a part, yeah, I was a form part of the group. Yes, I was with.
I'm not yet within the group.
Op hierdie stadium is ek nog nie by die groep nie.
This is before you took him to the group.
Dit is voor u vir hom na die groep toe geneem het.
You came
U
alone
het alleen gekom
to the boardroom.
na die raadsaal toe.
You told him to follow you, or you called him.
U het vir hom gevra om u te volg of u het vir hom geroep.
You showed him the office he must enter in.
U het aan hom die kantoor wat hy moet ingaan uitgewys.
Eerlik,
My lord,
na ek opdrag gekry het van kaptein Lombard dat hulle geskei moet word,
the instruction by Captain Lombard is that they would be separated.
het ek Boardroom toe gegaan.
I proceeded to the boardroom.
Ek het vir die ander lede gesê dat ons moet vir hulle skei.
I told the other members that we need to separate them.
En ons gaan vir beskuldigde 2 na die ander vertrek toe, ander se kantoor toe vat.
And then we're taking accused number 2 to another office.
Ek het nie alleen met hom beweeg nie eerlik.
I did not walk alone with him, my lord.
My client instructs me
My
that
cliënt sê vir my,
before you came to
voor
fetch
jy
him,
gekom het,
you went inside. He doesn't know where you went to, with the police officers who were assaulting him
Ik
at
ben er
Jacobs
toch-
Bay Beach.
hy het binne toe gegaan, hy weet nie waar na toe, met die ander beamptes, met die beamptes wat vir hom gemartel het. What's the last part?
With the two police officers
With the two,
who severely tortured him at Jacobs Bay Beach.
met die twee beamptes wat vir hom erg die Jacobsbaai gemartel het.
Do you remember this scenario?
Onthou u hierdie scenario?
Ek verstaan hom nie mooi nie. Ek vir hom kantoor toegevat met die 2 beamptes dat hom gemartel het.
I do not understand. Did I take him to an office together with the police officers who tortured him?
No.
Nee.
When you arrived for the first time at the boardroom,
Toe ek by die raadsaal vir die eerste keer aankom,
he was with these 2 police officers that tortured him.
hy was in die geselskap van hierdie 2 polisiebeamptes wat vir hom gemartel het.
From the bedroom, you went away with these 2 police officers.
Vanuit die raadsaal beweeg hy uit met
But-
die 2 beamptes,
But you came back alone
maar het echter alleen teruggekeer.
and you fetched him to this office.
Toe neem hy vir hom na hierdie kantoor toe.
Die edele,
My lord,
die eerste keer toe ek by die raadsaal inkom en vir hom sien, die edele,
the first time I entered the boardroom and I saw him, my lord,
soos ek vroeër getuig het, het ek uitgegaan weer
as in my testimony earlier on, and I testify again,
en toilet toe gaan.
I went to the toilet.
Toe ek terugkom van die toilet af,
Upon my return from the toilet,
was daar beamptes, maar kaptein Lombard was daar en dan beskuldigde nommer 1 was ook daar.
there were officers there, Captain Lombard was there, and the accused was there. Accused 1 was there. Yeah, thank you.
Hy is ook nie dadelik geskuif na die ander kantoor toe nie, edele.
He was not immediately shifted to another office, my lord.
Hy is baie later geskuif na 'n ander kantoor toe, edele.
Only later he was removed to another office, my lord.
My client's instructions are that
My cliënt se instructies is soos volg.
you are misleading the court.
Hy mislei hierdie agbare hof.
He stayed in the boardroom for few seconds.
Hy het vir paar sekondes by die raadsaal gebly.
He spent most of his time under this interview in a nutshell in the office where you took him to.
En nie meer te dop. Hy het die meeste van sy tyd en hierdie kantoor waar hy vir hom geneem het, deurgebring.
Onmoontlik as hy by was, die edele.
Impossible if he was in my company, my lord.
You took him to this office.
Het vir hom na hierdie kantoor toe geneem.
There was a chair.
Daar was 'n stoel.
He was instructed how to sit
Hy is
on
beopdrag
this chair.
hoe om op hierdie stoel te sit.
Die edele, soos ek sê,
My lord, as I said,
die beskuldigde is baie later omgevat na die ander kantoor toe, edele.
the accused was taken much later to another office, my lord.
Daar was ek gewees en nog lede wat saam met my gewees het.
It was myself as well as additional members that were with me, my lord.
In daardie kantoor het hy reg oor my op 'n stoel gesit, die edele.
And in that office, he sat right opposite me on the chair, my lord.
So ek sou kon sien as hy ongemaklik gesit het, die edele.
Therefore, I would have noticed in case he was uncomfortable, my lord.
En ek het niemand gehoor instruksie gee van hoe hy moet sit nie, edele.
And I did not hear anyone giving instructions as to how he should sit, my lord.
He was instructed to sit halfway on the chair, not to put his back at the back of the chair.
Hy is beopdrag om deels op die stoel te sit en nie sy reg op die regleuning te rus nie.
Die edele,
My lord,
daar was geen instruksie gewees wat gegee was aan die beskuldigde oor hoe hy moet sit nie, edele.
no instructions were ever given to the accused as to how he should sit, my lord.
And at that time,
En op daardie stadium
he was handcuffed.
was hy in handboeie gewees.
Edele, weer eens,
My lord, once again,
die beskuldigde het nie aan hoe hy omgehad nie, edele.
the accused was not handcuffed, my lord.
He was further instructed
Hy is verder beopdrag
to stand still.
om stil te staan,
No, to sit still in a form of a statue.
om net soos wat 'n standbeeld
You sit like you
Self-stand.
don't have emotions, don't have feelings.
geen gevoelens toon nie, sit net daar soos wat 'n standbeeld is. Dis sy die opdrag om soos 'n standbeeld
Eerlijk weer eens, daar was geen sulke opdragte met die woord gegee aan die beskuldigde nie, eerlik.
Once again, my lord, no such instructions were given to me, my lord, whilst I was present.
Dat het ook nooit vir my voorgekom of hy nog op 'n gemaklike posisie is.
Neither did it appear to me as though he was uncomfortable, my lord, while seated on a chair.
You were present in this office.
Is teenwoordig in die kantoor se sand?
Ek was daar toe ek so onderhoud gevoer het met hom, eerlik.
I was there, my lord, when we conducted the interview with him, my lord.
When he arrived in this office,
Toe hy by hierdie kantoor aankom,
there were about 6 to 7 police officers, inclusive of the 2 that tortured
daar
him.
was ongeveer 7 polisiebeamptes daar, insluitende die 2 wat vir hom gemartel het.
Eerlik soos ek verduidelik het, nee.
My lord, as I explained,
In die kantoor gedurende die interview met beskuldigde 2,
during the interview in that office, my lord, or in that office during the interview, my lord,
was een van my kollegas gewees en 2 van City of Cape Town Law Enforcement.
Among the people that were there was one of my colleagues, as
So-
well as 2 City of Cape Town Kaapstad se wet toepassers, my lord.
Ek sou daar wees in die kantoor, eerlik.
I would have been present in the office, my lord.
Kaptein Lombard het van tyd tot tyd gekom, eerlik.
Captain Lombard, it took, after a while, arrived, my lord.
En daar was ook crime intelligence officers wat tussen die kantore beweeg het ook, eerlik.
Daar was ook misdaadintelligentiebeamptes, my lord, wat ook tussen die kantore beweeg het, my lord.
Maar van enige tot sodra ek nie kennis nie, eerlik.
Crime intelligence officers who move between the offices, my lord. I'm not aware of any torture, my lord.
He was assaulted
Hy was aangerand,
over his body.
oral op sy liggaam.
He was asked during the assault, where is Joshlin?
They didn't
What
say-
have you done with Joshlin?
Hy word toe tydens hierdie aanranding word hy toe gevra wat het van Joshlin geword. Waar is Joshlin? Wat het aan haar gedoen?
Eerlik,
My lord,
ek het reeds my verduidelik dat ek ook gevra het wat het met Joshlin gebeur,
I already told the court, I asked him what had happened to Joshlin,
maar die beskuldigde was nie aangeraad gewees nie, eerlik.
but however the accused was not assaulted, my lord.
There were police standing on his left side, police standing on his right side.
Weerskante van homself was daar beamptes wat gestaan het. Weerskante van hom staan daar polisiebeamptes.
They were all assaulting him.
Hulle
Others
almal.
clapping him on his face, others hitting him on his body.
Hulle almal het vir hom aangerand, hom geklap.
Eerlik aan my vesting, dit het nie gebeur nie, eerlik.
My lord, I can confirmingly say it did not happen, my lord.
From these blows, there's one blow that stood out.
Van hierdie houe is daar uitstaande ene,
He instructs
of
me
iemand
that
uitgestaan het.
he instructs me that there was a white lady that was seated, that was standing at the back of the chair.
Hy sê vir my dat 'n wit dame agter hom gestaan agter die stoel.
She hit him with something he can't even explain,
Sit vir hom met 'n onbeskryflike voorwerp
because after that blow,
geslaan,
he became dizzy.
want hy sê na daardie hou het hy duiselig geword.
Your comment?
Wat is die kommentaar daarop?
Ek het nie mooi gehoor het gesê 'n vrouwmens.
'n dame, 'n blanke dame het reg agter hom gestaan op die stoel en vir hom met 'n onbeskryflike voorwerp geslaan en na daardie hou deur daardie voorwerp het hy duiselig geword.
Ek eerlik, daar het geen aanranding in my teenwoordigheid plaasgevind nie.
My lord, no such assault
You
took
were-
place in my presence, my lord.
You were present, and Mr. Lombard came in
Hy was teenwoordig en meneer Lombard het ingekom
and went out
en weer uitbeweeg
during the assault.
tydens hierdie aanranding.
Onwaar eerlik.
Not true, my lord.
After this blow from this white woman who was standing at the back of the chair,
Na hierdie hou in die hande van hierdie wit vrou wat agter die stoel gestaan het,
he felt dizzy
het hy duiselig gevoel
he nearly peed on his trouser.
Hy het byna in sy broek geurineer, het byna in sy broek geurineer as gevolg van daardie hou, het hy byna in sy broek vromnaat gemaak.
You don't even remember this part.
Jy onthou nie eens daardie gedeelte nie.
Dat het nooit gebeur nie, Edele.
It never happened, my lord.
My client instructs me that
My cliënt sê vir my,
you took him to relieve himself in the bathrooms.
het vir hom na die badkamer toe geneem ten einde vir hom te verlig.
Weer eens, Edele, dat het nie gebeur nie.
Once again, my lord, it did not happen.
Ek weet nie, as hy badkamer toe gaan, het wie hom badkamer toe gevat het nie.
In case he went to the bathroom, I do not know who would have taken him to the bathroom, my lord.
Soos ek sê, ek het hom nie badkamer toe gevat nie.
As I testified, I am not the one who took him to the bathroom, my lord.
But he knows it was you.
Toch weet hy dat u die een is.
En weer eens sê ek by die hof, dat ek hom nie badkamer toe gevat het nie, Edele.
Once again, I'm saying to the court, I did not take him to the bathroom, my lord.
Are you suggesting that he's fabricating all this piece of evidence?
Suggereer u dat hy suig nou hierdie stuk getuienis uit sy duim uit?
Dis al logical rede wat daar is, Edele.
That's the only logical reason that is there, my lord.
Why would he do that?
Hoekom sal hy dit fabriseer?
Edele, die beskuldigde staan 'n maksimum vonnis in die gesig indien hy skuldig kom, Edele.
My lord is accused of facing a life sentence. Should they be convicted, my lord?
So we are saying that these instructions are just desperation.
Suggereer u dat hierdie instruksies is blote desperasie?
Hy het sy redes hoekom hy dit doen, Edele.
Verleendheid? He's got his reasons, my lord.
I don't want to take you back to the question that I asked you, which you didn't answer.
Ek wil vir u terugneem na die vraag wat u vroeër gevra het, waarop u nie geantwoord het nie.
I will leave this here. We are in a trial within a trial. I will
Ek
leave
laat dit daar, want ons is besig met die verhoor, binne verhoor.
From the bedroom,
Vanaf die badkamer
he was still insisting
het hy nog steeds daarop aangedring,
on his innocence.
op sy onskuld.
Did you believe him
Het hy vir hom geglo?
when he was telling you that he doesn't have anything to do with the disappearance of Joshlin?
Toe hy sê hy het geen deelname aan Joshlin se verdwyning.
Edele, soos ek sê,
My lord, as I said,
die beskuldigde het aan die begin vir my gesê dat hy dra nie kennis van die verdwyning nie.
initially the accused informed me that he's not aware of the disappearance.
Hy het later gesê vir Kelly,
He later on said, ask Kelly,
en dan het hy later ook gesê, daar's 'n vrou met die naam van Malima.
and then he later on made mention of the lady by the name Malima.
So ek weet nie wanneer hy badkamer toe gevat het tussen die gedeeltes, Edele.
Therefore, I do not know as to at what stage
Indien hy badkamer toe gevat was,
was he taken to the bathroom. In case he was ever taken to the bathroom, I do not know when, at what stage was he taken to the bathroom between these two versions, my lord.
My client never gave you two versions.
My cliënt het nooit vir u twee weergawe gegee nie.
My client's version is one.
My cliënt se weergawe was een
Since the 29th of February 2024.
vanaf die 29 Februarie 2024.
Which two versions are you talking about?
U praat nog van twee weergaves, waarna verwys u wanneer u praat van twee weergaves?
Eerlik het jy gepraat van twee weergaves.
My lord, I did not mention two versions.
Maybe that was an interpretation. Can the court help me?
Dalk is dit die tolk.
The interpreter used the three versions, or two versions. The witness testified that initially he said he had no knowledge. Later on, he said, ask Kelly. And then later on mentioned the person by the name of Malima. So if I would have summarized that, I would not have used two, but rather three. But Mr. Yankees interpreted and counted the numbers.
Okay.
And that's where the confusion came.
Thank you, my lord.
Dank u, edele.
Although I still have to cross-examine you regarding what you are alleging that my client has said to you.
Alhoewel ek nog vir u moet kry so 'n vraag.
But
Rakende dit wat u beweer
But
my
now-
cliënt aan u so oorgedra het, maar nou,
But now that you've mentioned this now,
nou dat u maak nog melding daarvan, nou,
the information about Kelly,
die inligting rondom Kelly,
the information about Malima,
die inligting rondom Malima,
my client
my cliënt,
is not an author of that information.
hy is die outeur van daardie inligting.
That is the police story that was prescribed
Dit
to my
is die
client.
polisie se weergawe wat aan hom voorgeskryf is.
Any comment to this?
Wat is die kommentaar daarop?
Eerlik as ons informasie gehad het van Malima voor die onderhoude,
Malo in case we had the information about Malima before the interviews,
sou ons eers daaraan toe gegaan het,
we would have proceeded by the Malord
voor ons met die onderhoude begin het,
before we commence with the interviews,
dieselfde soos ons met Owen gemaak het eerlik.
the same as we did with Owen Malord.
Ons het na Malima toe gegaan,
We proceeded to Malima Malord
na ons informasie van beskuldigde 1 afgekry het.
after we
Kies tog 2.
gained that information from accused number 2 Malord.
Do you dispute
Betwist u
the fact that
the fact that
my client is not the author of the evidence,
my cliënt is nie die outeur van daardie getuienis nie,
making reference to Kelly and or Malima?
verwysende na Kelly en Malima.
Ek dispute dit eerlik.
Ek betwist dit nie edele. I do not dispute it, my lord.
Okay.
No.
Ek betwist dit. Oh, I do. I dispute it, my lord. Sorry.
Were you in the interviewing rooms all the time?
Was die deurentyd in hierdie onderhoudskamers?
Eerlik, ek was tussen die 2 onderhoudskamers eerlik.
My lord, I was between the 2 interview rooms, my lord.
That was not my question.
Dit is nie my vraag nie, Susan.
Were you in the room? Were you in the interview room of Steveno at all material times?
Was u in die kamer waarin onderhoud met Stefano gevoer het op alle wesenlijke tye?
Eerlik, dis vanselfsprekend,
My lord, it is obvious
dat as ek na die 1 kamer met beskuldigde 1 beweeg het,
when I moved with the room where accused number 1 was kept,
was ek nie in die kantoor met beskuldigde 2 nie eerlik.
I wouldn't have been in a room where accused number 2 was held, my lord.
So you were not at my client's interview room all the time?
So it was die deurentyd in die vertrek waar onderhoud met my kliënt gevoer gewees het.
Korrek eerlik.
Correct, my lord.
So you cannot
Op den alle
dispute.
tye.
So you cannot dispute that
Daarvoor, ek kan dit nie betwis nie.
the police officers prescribed to my client, told my client
dat die polisiebeamptes aan my kliënt voorgeskryf het en vir hom aangesê het
that you must say
wat hy moet sê
Kelly told Buddha to take Joshlin to Malima.
Kelly het vir Boeta gesê om Joshlin na Malima toe te neem.
To put cherry on top. They even said, we had this information, we got this information that Kelly told Buddha to take Joshlin to Malima.
Om dit te kwalifiseer, hulle het selfs gesê dat hulle beskik oor hierdie inligting dat Kelly vir Boeta gesê het om Joshlin na Malima toe te neem.
Edele, as hy so voorgesê was deur polisiebeamptes,
my lord, in case he was prescribed by the police as such, my lord,
terwyl ek nie daar was nie,
whilst I was not there, my lord,
moes hy dan dit vir my vertel het, edele?
he should have informed me about it, my lord.
En hy het nooit vir my gesê,
He never told me, my lord,
dat Joshlin was graag om Malima toe gevat gewees nie, edele.
that Joshlin had to be taken to Malima, my lord, or Joshlin was taken to Malima, my lord.
So dit is moontlik
Therefore, it is possible
dat dit gesê gewees het,
that that was said,
maar baie unlikely, edele.
toch heel onwaarschijnlijk, my lord.
Thank you, Sergeant.
Seeing that it was very late in the evening,
Sien dat het was baie laat die aand.
why you didn't release my client and tell him to come the following day? Why did you continue with the interviews the whole night and the morning?
Hoekom het jy nie vir hom vrygelaat nie? Of hoekom het jy nie vir hom laat huis toe gaan nie? En vir hom dan aansê om terug te keer daarop volgende dag. Hoekom het jy nou aangehou met hierdie onderhoude?
Edele, dit is 'n ongoing investigation.
Edele, het was 'n aangaande ondersoek.
Die onderhoude was nie permanent gestop nie.
The interviews were not stopped permanently, my lord.
Ons was besig om nog inligting op te volg, edele.
We were busy following up on information, my lord.
En soos ek reeds getuig het, ons het 'n 6-jarige kind wat vir 2 weke vermis is, edele.
As I already testified, we dealing with the missing of a 6-year-old child who was missing already for 2 weeks by then.
So tyd was vir ons baie belangrik, edele.
Therefore, time was very important for us.
But you've already interviewed him.
Toch het alreeds onderhoud met hom gevoer.
He's insisting on his innocence.
Hy dring daarop aan op sy onskuld.
And you don't have any evidence to contradict his innocence.
Hy beskik nie oor enige inligting ten einde sy onskuld verkeerd te bewys.
Edele, die feit dat daar verskille is tussen beskuldigde 1, 2 en 3 se verklaringe.
My lord, the fact that there was differences between accused number 1, 2 and 3 statements.
En die feit dat hulle vir ons gesê het ons moet vir Kelly vra en na Malima toe gaan, edele.
And the fact that they asked us to ask Kelly as well as to proceed to Malima, my lord.
Dit het vir ons 'n rede gegee dat daar meer is wat hulle nie vir ons vertel nie, edele.
That gives us a reason that there was more to it. That was more, they were not forthcoming with, my lord. Or they were not informing us.
You just told the court that it's possible
It's so pas vir hofgesê dit is moontlik
that the part about Kelly and Malima should have been prescribed to my client. Why did you keep him? If you have foreseen that possibility.
deur Makali. Die moontlikheid bestaan dat hy was voorgesê.
He didn't refer to the possibility then. You've put the proposition to him and he answered. If the accused was so prescribed when he was not there, the accused should have told him, of course, this is now here at the trial when it's raised. It wasn't raised then. Then he added in, because the proposition is that he was prescribed to say that Kelly told Buddha, this was the question, to take Joshlin to Malima. Then he added on, he said, he never told him, this is now accused number 2, his words were, he never told me Joshlin was taken to Malima. The context of the answer is, if he was so prescribed, he never told me that. And then he added on, maybe possible, but it's highly unlikely in the context of being prescribed, having answered the way he did. Because the way I understood the answer was, if he was then so prescribed, then he would have told the witness that Kelly told Buddha to take Joshlin to Malima. If the other people, remember when he left the room, that was the context. Accused number 2 was with the other officers, and you put it to him that they told him all these things, and that's the way he answered. It doesn't say that on the evening he found being prescribed to be unlikely. That's how I have it.
My Lord, can the court assist with the last sentence of that answer?
The answer was
it is possible.
He never told me Joshlin was taken to Malima. That's in answer to your question. Then he say, it's possible but highly unlikely.
It is possible.
It's possible but highly unlikely. In the context of the question as put to him, as he explained, and the basis for the explanation was, if he was then so told to tell me, he didn't tell me.
Who didn't tell him? My client or his colleagues?
The accused didn't tell him. Remember, I'm going to repeat. The question was that he was not in the room all the time. So you said to him, so you cannot dispute that the police officers pressurized and told him to say Buddha, and told him to say that Buddha took, that Kelly told Buddha to take Joshlin to Malima. And you added on to say that these officers also told him that they have that information, to which the witness answered, said, if he was so pressurized, then the accused did not tell him this is what the witness says.
Oh, okay.
And he never told the witness the content about Joshlin being taken to Malima, and he commented on that in the context of that.
Okay.
It might be possible that they would have told him something in his absence, but it's highly unlikely given what he said above. I have the verbatim questions and answers, but that's how I understood the evidence.
And you are saying, thank you, my Lord, and you are saying that my client didn't tell you that?
En is die verhoofd dat ek het veel dit gesê nie.
The part about Kelly and Malima was prescribed to him.
Die gedeelte Kelly Malima is aan hom voorgesê nie.
I want to be clear.
Ek wil duidelikheid hê.
Edele as was verdediging bedoel dat of die beskuldigde vir my gesê het,
my Lord, does the defense wants to know whether or not the accused informed me?
Yes.
Ja.
Dat hy voorgesê was, dan is die antwoord nee, edele.
That he was prescribed.
Yes.
Then my answer to that is no.
Does it make sense to you?
Maak het sin by u?
If my mother is beating me,
my ma slaan vir my,
I go and report to the same mother who's beating me.
ek gaan terug en 'n verslag maak aan dieselfde moeder wat my pak gee.
If it makes sense to you, it's fine. What is your comment on this?
En indien dit by u sinvol is, wat is die kommentaar daarop?
Eerlijk verstaan nie die konteks van die vraag hier eerlijk. Of het alleenstaande stelling is of...
My lord, I do not understand the context of this statement. Is it now a standalone?
It's a follow-up. You said my client didn't tell you that the police officers have prescribed to him the part about Kelly and the part about Malima.
Dit is nie getuienis dat my cliënt het vir u gesê nie oor hierdie Malima Kelly gedeelte verwittig nie.
Let's go back.
Kom ons keer terug.
My client instructs me that
My cliënt sê vir my,
you are the one. You are the one.
u is dan die een,
You are the one that took him to this office where he was assaulted.
u is dan die een wat hom geneem het na die einste kantoor waar die marteling plaasgevind het,
He has
of waar hy
already-
geslaap gewees het.
He has already lost faith in you. How do you
Tonight,
expect
right.
him now to come and report some things to you?
Teen daai tyd het hy al geloof aan u verloor. Hoe verwag u dat nou, hy gaan nou dan vir u so verslag oordra, sodanige rapport in die oordra, want hy glo nie meer vir u. Teen daai tyd glo hy glad nie meer vir u nie.
Eerlijk,
Maar lord,
die beskuldigde is nooit in my teenwoordigheid aangerand nie.
the accused was never assaulted whilst I was present, my lord.
Daar was ook geen tekens van hom wat aangerand was terwyl ek in die ander kantoor was en teruggekom het nie.
Neither were there any signs that he was assaulted whilst I was in another office, my lord.
So ek verstaan nie hoekom hy sê dat hy vertrou my nie eerlik.
Therefore, I do not understand the mistrust in me, my lord.
Now we're going back now to the office
Ons keer terug, weer eens keer ons terug na die kantoor toe,
where you took him in.
waarna u vir hom geneem het, waarna toe u vir hom geneem het.
Now you are coming from the bedroom with him.
Ek kom nou van die badkamer af met hom,
He instructs me.
hy sê vir my,
I pleaded with the police.
ek het met die beampte gepleit,
I begged him.
ek het vir hom gesmeek,
I am innocent.
ek is onskuldig,
I have no knowledge of what happened to Joshlin.
ek dra geen kennis van wat met Joshlin so gebeur het nie.
And your answer was, I'm
En die
sorry.
antwoord daarop was
Sorry,
as volg.
Sergeant. Your answer was,
Die antwoord daarop,
your time is over.
die tyd is verby,
Now I'm going to take you to the other office.
nou neem ek vir u na die ander kantoor toe,
In that office, I promise you,
en
you will
daardie
speak.
kantoor beloof ek u sal praat.
What is your comment on this?
Wat is die kommentaar daarop?
Dit het nog nooit gebeur hier eerlik.
That it never happened, my lord.
I'll take you 2 steps back,
Ek
Sergeant.
neem 2 tree terug, sergeant.
Before you took him out to
Oh,
relieve
from-
himself in the bedroom, amongst the police officers, there was the one police officer while they were assaulting him who made fun of my client's mother's funeral.
Of what? I didn't get the last part. Made
Funeral.
fun of the mother's funeral.
Yes.
Dis wat was die bathroom?
Before Sergeant Fortuin
Voor
took my client to the bedroom,
sergeant Fortuin voor u vir hom badkamer toe gaan neem het.
amongst the police officers who were assaulting him,
Tussen die beamptes wat vir hom aangerand het,
there is this one police officer
en besonder 'n beampte
who made fun of my of the funeral of my client's mother.
Van sy moeder, my cliënt se moeder se begrafnis, 'n bespotting van sy moeder se begrafnis gemaak het. Een beampte
Even this part of evidence you didn't hear?
het nie hierdie gedeelte van die getuienis gehoor nie. Selfs hierdie gedeelte van sy getuienis het hy nie gehoor nie. Die bespotting van sy moeder se begrafnis.
Eerder dat nooit sulke goed gebeur terwyl ek daar was nie, eerder.
My lord, no such ever happened whilst I was present there, my lord.
This police officer,
Hierdie beampte
he said to my client,
sê vir my cliënt,
I am going to take flowers to your mother's grave because you were not present when your mother was buried.
ek neem blomme na u ma se graf toe, want u was nie teenwoordig die tyd toe u ma begrawe is. Tydens die moeder se te aarde bestelling was u nie teenwoordig. Derhalwe neem ek blomme na u moeder se graf toe.
Ek het niks van dit gesien of gehoor nie, eerder.
No such had I ever seen, my lord, neither did I hear that, my lord.
This broke my client's heart because indeed he was not present when his mother was buried.
Inderdaad was hy nie teenwoordig tydens die moeder se begrafnis nie, en dit het sy hart gebreek.
Any comment to this?
Wat is die kommentaar daarop, Sander?
Soos ek weer sê, eerder, ek dra geen kennis van dit nie, eerder.
Once again, my lord, I bear no knowledge of such, my lord.
Maybe it was said by the time you were in the office of accused wife.
Dalk kon dit gesê gewees het onderwyl in die kantoor waar nommer 1 aangehou gewees het.
Eerder, ek dra nie kennis van die toilet toeneem van beskuldigde 2 nie.
My lord, I bear no knowledge of the taking of accused number 2 to the toilet.
Maar die verdediging het gesê dat dit het gebeur net voor ek vir hom toilet toegevat het.
But the defense said that that happened just before I took him to the boardroom, my lord.
En nou sê die verdediging weer, ek kon miskien in die ander kantoor gewees het, eerder.
Now the defense is saying that I could have been in another office, my lord.
So, ek verstaan hom nie, eerder.
Therefore, I do not understand, my lord.
Correctly, you don't understand. I will repeat it to you. But because I repeat to you, my lord, I've seen a flash of a camera while I was busy cross-examining. I didn't feel comfortable about it.
Now, I also got a note from my registrar. Please, can you just... Ms. Nkabai must concentrate on the questions, and if the flash goes, it can be distracting. So just hold your horses on that. Good. Thank you, Ms. Nkabai.
Sergeant Fortuin.
Sergeant Fortuin.
This part about my client, his mother's funeral, was said before you took him to the bathrooms.
Hierdie gedeelte oor die moeder se begrafnis is aan hom vertel voor u vir hom badkamer toe geneem het.
Were you present when this was said to my client?
Was dit teenwoordig toe dit aan hom oorgedra is?
Eerder, soos ek weer gesê het, ek het niks van dit gehoor nie, ek het ook nie beskuldigde 2 toilet toegevat.
My lord, once again, I did not take the accused to the toilet, neither did I hear that, my lord.
Now that you are saying, at some time you will be in the office where accused number 1 was interviewed.
Nou sê u by tye was u in die kantoor waar nommer 2 se onderhoud aangegaan het.
Is it possible then that this piece of making the funeral of my client a fun from this police officer, is it possible that it was said the time you were busy with accused number 1?
Is dit dalk moontlik dat hierdie bestaan dalk 'n moontlikheid dat hierdie bespotting ons sy moeder se begrafnis kon gebeur het terwyl u besig gewees het met nommer 1?
Eerder, ek kan nie getuig op iets in 'n tydperk toe ek nie daar was nie.
My lord, I can't testify as to something that had happened whilst I was away, my lord.
Are you saying this was said, but you were not there at the time it was said? Is that what you are implying before this court?
This witness has answered the question. In fact, the first suggestion was that it was before he was taken to the bathroom. Then it was when he was in the office. Now it was in his absence. What are the instructions? Because these possibilities are endless. That is my objection.
I'm not sustaining the objection, but the question was asked and it was answered about the possibility, and the witness answered he can't testify to what would have happened there when he was not in the room, implying that if he wasn't there, anything could have been said.
Implying that, my lord? He was
that
not
whilst
there?
he was not in the room, because his answer is he can't testify to something that could have happened when he was absent. So implying, yes, they could have said anything, but he wasn't there, and he's unaware of it. Just
It has the interpretation,
whilst
my
we
lord.
clarifying this issue.
It has the interpretation. Thank you. I got it now.
Just one moment, Mr. Kabai. Or ask your questions and then ask your question. I don't want to break your chain of thought. Ask your question, then I'm going to clarify.
Now that you are not in accused number 2's office, I'll call it that way, all the time.
Nou dat ik was nog niet in nummer 2 se kantoor nie, ek verwys daarna as selfs.
Are you suggesting that this fund that was made about his mother was made while in your absence?
Sê u dat hierdie bespotting ons sy moeder se begrafnis is in u afwesigheid gemaak?
Eerlik, ek maak geen suggestions nie. Ek sê net ek kan nie getuig oor iets wat ek nie by gewees het nie, eerlik.
My lord, I do not make any suggestions. All I'm saying, I cannot testify about something that was said in my absence.
Okay, so now I want to clarify that. You told us who were there in the room.
It for us, sê wie almal in die vertrek gewees het.
And you gave us names yesterday. Not going to go to the names.
En het gister vir ons name gegee.
So you had your one colleague.
Een kollega.
Where is that colleague stationed?
Waar is daardie kollega gestasioneer?
By dieselfde eenheid, eerlik, organized crime.
With the same unit, organized crime, my lord.
And where does the colleague come from?
Waarvan kom hy?
AFC.
Van die Kaap af, eerlik.
From the Cape, my lord.
Then there were the 2 City of Cape Town officials.
Dan was dat 2 staat Kaapstad wet toepassers.
Correct, eerlik.
Correct, my lord.
And we had the crime intelligence officers.
Dat was misdaad intelligentiebeampte.
Correct, eerlik.
Correct, my lord.
So the City of Cape Town officials would have been correct to infer that they're also not from Saldanha.
Kan ek dan tot 'n gevolgtrekking kom of kan ek aftrek dat die Kaapstad wetstoepassers hulle is ook nie van Saldanha nie?
Correct, eerlik.
And the crime intelligence officials, where are they from?
En die misdaad intelligentiebeamptes waarvan kom hulle? Waar is hulle?
Ook van die Kaapkantoor, eerlik.
Also from the Cape office, my lord.
Were there any officials in that room where the interview with accused number 2 took place? That's from Saldanha.
Was daar plaaslike beamptes of Saldanha beamptes in die kamer waarin hierdie onderhoud met nummer 2 gebeur het?
Dis sover ek weet nog nie, eerlik.
Not as far as I remember, my lord.
Are you aware whether any of the officials in the room
Weet jy of van die beamptes wat daar gewees het?
Nee,
vir nummer 2 geken het al voor hierdie onderhoud?
Nee, eerlik.
No, my lord.
Were you made aware by any of the officials in the room?
Is dit hier enige ander beampte in die vertrek
Or
bewus gemaak?
anybody on your investigation team
Of enige ander persoon in die ondersoekspan
that they knew the family of accused number 2?
dat hulle bekend is met nummer 2 se familielede?
Nee, eerlik.
No, my lord.
Were you at any stage aware
Was u op enige stadium bewus
that accused number 2's mother was deceased?
van die feit dat nommer 2 se moeder oorlede is?
Dis die eerste keer wat ek dit nou hoor, eerlik.
I'm hearing it for the first time now, my lord.
So I don't have to follow up further, because if you didn't know she was deceased,
Nou,
you would have known about the funeral, and you would have known about his absence at the funeral.
Korrek,
So
eerlik.
Dus opvolg gee, want soos die eerste dag van die wetenskap is dat die ma oorlede is ook nie geweet het van die begrafnis, is ook nie geweet het dat hy nie hierdie begrafnis bygewoon het nie.
He's thanking Mr. Kabari.
Thank you, my lord. Even my client was shocked
My cliënt was self skokt,
because those were sad news. He was still hurting. He didn't attend his mother's funeral.
dit
He was
was
sad to hear that during the interrogation. The police
hartseer
officer.
nuus vir hom, want inderdaad het hy nie die moeder se begrafnis bygewoon nie, derhalwe was hy hartseer
Eerlik
om
draag
dit te hoor.
ek dra geen kennis van dit nie, eerlik.
My lord, I pay no knowledge of that, my lord.
After you told her that you've given him enough time and he didn't speak, you told him that you are taking him to the other office.
Nadat hy vir hom gesê het dat hy vir my genoeg kans gegee, hy het met hy gepraat, hy neem vir hom na 'n ander kantoor toe.
Eerlik het nooit dit aan die beskuldigde genoem nie, eerlik. Ek dra geen kennis van wat die verdediging sê nie, eerlik.
My lord, I pay no knowledge of what the defense is saying now. At no stage have I ever told the accused that, my lord.
On his arrival,
Toe hy daar aankom,
he could identify Sergeant Johnson amongst the police officers who were there.
hy kon verstaan.
Is that his arrival in the next
Yes,
room?
yes.
Dit is
In
nou
other words, now in the boardroom.
The boardroom, yes, my lord.
dit is nou in die raadsaal. Dit is daar die polisiebeamptes wat daar teenwoordig gewees het, kon hy Verstaan Johnson uitken of identifiseer.
Eerlik gedurende hierdie hele aand het ek nie vir Susan Johnson bo besieborde gesien nie, eerlik.
My lord, throughout this whole night, I did not see Susan Johnson at the sea border, up there, the sea border, my lord.
You brought him to this second office.
Het from die tweede kantoor toe geneem.
We brought him to the first, and then we are bringing him now to the second office.
Het from na die eerste kantoor toe geneem, nou neem hy from na die tweede kantoor toe.
Dis nie wat gebeur het hier, eerlik.
That is not what happened, my lord.
You call it boardroom.
Hy verwys daarna as raadsaal of boardroom.
On his arrival, he was instructed
Toe hy aankom, is hy voorgesê
to took out what he was wearing on top.
om die boorklere te verwyder of hy die boorliggaam te ontkleed.
He was also instructed to take off his training shoes.
Hy is ook beopdrag om sy hardloopskoene te verwyder.
Your comment?
Wat is die kommentaar daarop?
Ek het dit nie gesien gebeur nie, eerlik.
I did not see that happening, my lord.
You didn't say most of my client's instructions. Were you at the same place at the same time? Am I talking about the different interview?
Eerlijk, ik was met C-boerder geweest, maar die story wat beskuldigde twee vir die instructies wat hy gegee het, is nie wat gebeur het hier eerlijk.
My lord, that was the C-boarder, but the story or the instruction that the judge is giving is not a reflection of what had happened, my lord.
The prosecutor wanted to object and I showed her to sit down.
If she likes to jump up, this one. I don't know what's the problem.
Yes.
My lord, I want to do this part tomorrow morning. I don't want it to be piecemeal, with the leave of the court.
Edele, ek wil hierdie gedeelte môreoggend doen. Ek wil dit nog nie deels doen nie met die hof se verlof, edele. Wil ek hierdie gedeelte môre hanteer?
And further, before cross-examining the witness, I want to take further instructions from my client, my lord.
En verder, alvorens ek met die kliënt verder kry, so 'n vraag my edele, ek wil graag verder instructions by my kliënt kry, edele.
Within these 15 minutes that is left from the court time.
It's 14 minutes
14
to
minutes.
3. We took a shorter lunch and adjournment, so we're not losing any court time. We're going to have Captain Sekui back here tomorrow.
Yes.
I would like for us to see whether we can finalize his evidence tomorrow. I suspect another hour or so with this witness.
Yes, my lord.
So you can tell him not to be here at 8:30. If he wants to come at after 9, that would be okay. So that he doesn't have to sit in the traffic, maybe still in Cape Town. On my current planning, it's my planning, I don't know how the practitioners plan. If we can then see whether we can finalize Captain Sekui tomorrow afternoon. I was told in chambers this morning that will be the end of the from the state's evidence on the trial within a trial. So that either later tomorrow or on Thursday we can then resume with accused number 1's case on the trial within a trial. And if it's only accused number 1, we anticipate that we might be ready to then deal with accused number 2 by Friday. I'm mentioning it to the parties now because we must start thinking about the argument. I've told counsel in chambers, and this is for the public as well, that in a trial within a trial, the court doesn't necessarily give reasons for the finding one way or the other. So we anticipate that, or I would like us to get to that point ASAP. So by next week we can utilize as much time as possible in the trial. I've also been informed that on the 25th, not Good Friday, the Friday thereafter, that the venue will not be available. They have already secured the venue for another purpose. It's something that they can't move. So the likelihood is that we won't be able to use this venue on Friday the 25th. Mentioning it to counsel so that you know if you have to make arrangements. And then I'm going to make a request to counsel to tell me about it tomorrow. if we don't finish before the 30th, 1st of May is a public holiday, Workers' Day. If you should consider a request that we work on that day, so that by the end of that week we could potentially finalize all the evidence in the matter. Subject to what happens to the trial within a trial, we might be able to finish all the evidence in the case itself, and then we can plan further unless we can finalize the whole case by then. I cannot force any of the staff to work on a public holiday, and I can't enforce it on council either. But it might not make sense to be here. We are being facilitated to assist us, that we skip a day in the middle of the week if we need to finalize the matter. I don't want an answer now. You can think about it. You can discuss it amongst each other between the state and the defense. And then I shall see you in the morning at 8:30, Mr. Appollis, Mr. Van Rhyn. Your matter is adjourned till tomorrow. You are both being held in Malmesbury. I have already endorsed the warrant of detention for Ms. Smith earlier on, and I've postponed the matter in her absence till tomorrow, also to be held at Malima. Thank you, the court.